The entire December right there is between this range, which is this 5.8% range that we just in. Okay. This is the high and this is the low. We were down 3, right? So we're down 3 weeks. Lower bar, inside bar, lower bar. So that puts it at what? 5.8% for 3 weeks. So the weekly swing turned down because we have 3 bars to the downside. Now, since we put a low here on Friday, we rallied 1 week, higher bar. This week, higher bar. We need one more. So we need one more. So one more bar will flip the swing back to the upside. Okay? Because right now the weekly swing is down. The reason why it is down because we had 3 weeks to the downside. Now we have only 2. So next week is a very important week for the swing to turn back up. Now the swing doesn't need to the price doesn't need to go back to 69.20 to flip. It needs this week high right there. 68.95.78. That's the high was made yesterday. This is where going to be a lot of sellers going to be sitting here trying to defend this high. Because it's if so we're going to find out next week this. This range right there will decide the entire December. Okay? Next week. Mark my words. 67.99.94. Call it 6800. And a 68.95. That's a 95-point window. Okay? That will decide which way it breaks. If it breaks down, meaning that if we end up putting a lower bar, then this entire December we're just gonna go sideways because we're not gonna have those 3 bars to flip the swing back to the upside. Okay, December, just expect December to gonna go sideways because we're gonna broke that seat. We need one more next week. We must break above 68.95. We can just go by like a point. Just need to make one more high next week. Doesn't have to be like 50 points or so. 1 point. Okay, you could get a 68.96 read. The bar is going to flip green. The swing will turn direction back to the upside. And then it can just kind of pull back from here. Then it's gonna then once it goes up, then it's gonna make some room to the upside. Okay, so we're gonna so if now if you want to focus on a 2 bar, well, I wouldn't do that. 2 bar is already up. 2 bar is gonna work faster than the 3 because now your swings go into a 2 bars. Okay, so swings they have a little tricky and a little different ways of looking at. Some people who actually follow swings, they do a 2 bar swing trading. Some of them they do a 3 bar swing trading. A 3 bar swing trading is much better for signals. Not gonna give you too many false reading, and they're gonna hold their structure much longer. It's gonna give you a much better read on a chart. 2 is just gonna move very fast. So you need 2 bars, 2 days to the upside. Flip the swing will change. 3, you have to wait for 3 days, or 3 weeks, or 3 months, or 3 years. That kind of you just add. All you're doing is just counting just a number of days, which is right there is B3. So the question now is, what happened the previous times, right? So we're kind of right here in this zone, right? But I wouldn't compare this because we're right back to that because this the in 2024, this is actually going into a January. This is December right there. Um, this is in a weekly time frame, right? So we didn't we had a downswing here in November, right? So we have one, two, three, and we end up putting an outside reversal bar, the blue one. So basically what it is like once the third week is always going to be third bar is always going to be the most important bar. That becomes a defensive bar, right? We're trying to defend if the swing will flip or it will hold, right? So the most of the Mag 7 stocks, especially Mag 7, okay, they fight like hell on the third week or a third day not to break the structure. Okay. So I always remember because the more the liquid stock is, the harder for the stock to gonna break the 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 previous week high and low. It basically just like basically what it is like it fights. Become basically what you call is like a defensive week or defensive day. So like we looked at them through. I scripted that thing. I've taken tons of trades. It just they're just to take like a week trade. Let me see where I had a it was a pain in the ass to make this right bottom low. Here, swing up right there. If this is so we can go right there and go into 500. These are weekly. So there you go. So in the 500, there's five stocks. I'm trying to show you the example. So you go back to a weekly time frame. So now you see like Amgen, right? What does that mean is this is the same thing we're just talking about. You see, this is a weekly time frame. So in a weekly time frame, let me change the thing into a see. So Amgen right now has two weekly downside bars, right? This low and this week low. You see it's a lower low. So you have two. So next week from Monday until Friday, okay, if Amgen breaks 328 low, this weekly swing will flip to the downside. So what we're talking about here is the third week becomes the most is going to becomes a defensive bar. Okay. So the same thing on this one as well. You see like how this stock is fighting. Looks the center point energy. See, it put 2 weeks here. Look the third week. Doesn't want to put third week down because what happens is as soon as you're gonna put the third week down, the flip the your weekly structure will change. The third week is the most important week for a swing. It just that's like one here, two here, three here. Immediately the swing flip to the downside. So you have 1, 2, 3 weeks. Then the fourth week comes. Then you put an outside reversal bar. It's still down. So that counts as a one, then two, and then three. And then the fourth one right there, then when you break this high, that confirms the swing back to the upside. You know? So it's always gonna be like these bigger the stocks are, harder they fight. Look at this John Deere. 1 bar, 2 bars. So next week, okay, you need to watch this high and this low. So which high right there will save this swing? 485. What will break it to the downside? 461. So this is like these are like a very tight risk play that you will have your answer by Friday no matter what. So basically what it is like you're trying to take a position on Monday, right? You know exactly what the high is that you're trying to target, right? And you know exactly where the low is. And you know as soon as the low will break, the swing will flip and you exit the trade. So these are very short-term trades that you could play just based on a weekly time frame. So if you like buy like a 2 weeks of calls, you're gonna have your answer by Friday, no, regardless. 1 week is gonna give you the answer. If either it's gonna break or it's gonna make a it's gonna go back to the high. So you have 475. So you buy calls at 485. So 485 hit, well, you make 10 points. If it cracks lower, well, swing goes wrong and so does your trade. So these are defensive um, it's a very um, I mean I've done it a lot of time. I mean I've even traded as well. Like there's I think the last one we did was like on Broadcom. Then when we had the option trade on, and because what happens is that most of these big names, right? I'm talking about like Mag Sevens and all that. So they will make a new low on Monday, right? Or it managed to kind of chop it on Monday, or they might have made a new low on Tuesday. But if they do that, right, then most of them they just reverse right back up. That they will turn into an outside bar, like one of these, you know, because they're Mag 7, they're just more liquid. You know, they're just more liquid stock. They don't break that easily on a third week. You know, when you actually trying to break the weekly structure. They're like very rare charts. I mean, I run these like like I have my daily scans that I run on a daily basis after the close to kind of see like okay how the close went and what we're looking at on a daily time frame and this. But most of my focus is always going to be in a weekly time window. That's your main engine. Okay, you always got to be more focused on a weekly time frame. Daily is just the moving parts like that you're talking about. I've wrote all this information, on the main chat. It tells you all the time as well. Look at the price on the weekly time frame. If you want to swing something for a day, two, three, then you keep the weekly. You know where the bigger the up the the clear trend is, but then you're trying to scale the entry, a trade on a smaller time frame. That will gives you the same thing: faster flip on swings, and faster moves. So if you have that thinking like, oh yeah, I just wanted the the trading is just a quick rich kind of scheme, that I want to cash out fast trades. Yeah, good luck with that. So, some of them, yeah, definitely will instantly, they will pay you and stuff. But some, again, you just never know. Every trade is different. So they're like, it just becomes this. These are like a very interesting month is not gonna show a few monthly as well. They're gonna fight their life for this month to save these um monthly bars. You can just change them from daily to a weekly to a monthly. It depends which. how you want to look at the trades. So it has two now. So it's basically gonna be, because I already made a new low. See, so it's gonna be next month. These ones will come in, will become a challenge for them. See how they're gonna. There's so many ways that you could a person can trade. It's just, see, this month is down because the month is already going. So we have two now, one and two. So this monthly swing is up. Next month, now you're looking at a monthly bar. Next month, one more low, because you don't know exactly where the low is made because it hasn't closed yet, right? It could come down even more. So it can just, this is the low, because you cannot, there's nothing confirmed on a running candle. Okay. That does not, it's not like there is a buy signal on one day and then it changes the next day or something. No, it doesn't, because everything is based on close. Remember, I always tells you, wait for the close. They will confirm that the signals for you, if it's gonna stay or if it's gonna go. Because a lot of time I see it, because the way I have all the swings are being calculated, it reaches to a certain point that is gonna hit with a sell signal in the middle of a day. But that doesn't mean that it's confirmed yet, because you just have to wait for the set, because the price is moving. You have to wait for the price to fully close at the bell, then it will confirm. There's a lot of times that the signal just disappears. Then once you have the official close, when the price will stop, then where the signal will uh, stay there. So just like what was that? We did MSTR, right? This one. This was on a daily time frame. Right there. Remember I showed you this one? So it triggered all the way down here. This day, which was December 1st on Monday. But that doesn't mean that this is a 100% confirmed low. But the signal that when it triggers, okay, what you looking for is when December 1st Monday bar was closed. I saw this one in the middle of a session, I believe, when I took a screenshot. So then what you're looking for is for the next day, you must have a higher bar, okay, for this thing to play out. Well, how far it's going to go, well, nobody knows that. To confirm this, if this is the right signal, this low on Tuesday must hold, otherwise this one fails. So the conditions that I have is this: once it triggers, the next day bar must be a higher bar that must break 172 price, is for have a green bar. That's the way. Then how it continues after the fact, well, obviously we simply don't know. All we're trying to see is like, okay, if this, because I have these conditions on them, because once these conditions will meet, that's when it's going to meet the criteria. That's when it's going to fire that signal. Why didn't fire it here? Why didn't fire it here? Not here, right? Didn't fire anywhere else. Even the fact that it was down for 44% hasn't fired any day here. Then we got the stock got the move back here for 3 days, inside bar, two higher bars. Then I got a one more flush right there. That's where because I have a very strict conditions on this thing. Where is the low should be made, and where on which day, and where this thing has to trigger. So it has this signal right there, buy signal. So what does that tell you now? So that this low was made here on December 1st, right? 155. So we have 1 bar, 2 bar, 3 bar. You see the line right there just turned green, right? Why? Because we took out the previous swing high, right? So what happens now? Signal is doing this work, right? Swing is up. Oops, because we have 3 bars, right? Then yesterday, so we have 3, B3, 22.7% off this low, right? So we have 1 down bar. Okay, in order to flip the swing back to the downside, we need to wait 2 more days, meaning Monday and Tuesday. Okay, so we have a low here and we have a high here. So what are we looking for? Because we can clearly see the direction of the swing is to the upside, right? It's up. So you should be looking up now, not down. This is the direction. We're trying to trade in where the direction is. We're not trying to play against the direction. Can you call them or not? Call them. They're gonna ask for the first last name and date of birth. Call them and see what they say. Then if not, then I'll call them. So then the so what are we looking for? So what you do is you take this high because we already made one low. So we're gonna mark this high, 191, right? And we're gonna draw our fibs from here to here, not anywhere else. So we came down yesterday to 38.2%, which is 177. So this is where we are. So now the question is, on Monday, do we put another downside bar, meaning to below this low, 176? If that happens, that means that we're going to come down to 50% retracement, which is 173. If it accelerates, we can go down to 169. So the downside zone, okay, for Monday is this one, based on a lower bar. Now, again, what's going to happen again on Tuesday? Tuesday will become a defensive bar. Remember, we need 3 days to flip the swing, not 2. So you're going to watch 176.30 on Monday, and you're going to watch 185.39 on Monday. So we end up, if the price breaks, it will close at 178.99. So if the price goes make 185, take out a 185.39, there's a very good chance we're going to take out 191. Okay. If the price breaks below 176.39, this is the downside support zone right there, that 61.8% retracement, right? So it will become 2. I don't even, if that happens on Monday, right? I don't mind buying something on Monday. That will be in a very easy trade, and I will have an answer on Tuesday by the close, which way the Wednesday, but the Tuesday bar is going to open and close, right? Because you know it's going to flip the swing because you're going to have 3 in a row. So you just wait now. This was yesterday, so now I have to wait for either 185 to break on Monday or 176.30 to break on Monday. So these are the two levels that you watch for Monday, high and low. So if it breaks to the downside, that means you have two now. So then the Tuesday is going to become a defensive day. If it breaks above 185, there's a very good chance that the price is going to break above 191, is going to make a move back toward the 200 mark. This stock will eventually hit 200, is I just on a counter trend bounce if you look at them, for now. So we'll see. So this is the whole trade setup that you have from a buy signal, where you can buy and what you can target. You don't worry about anything else now. You're gonna fight this move, okay? To see if the swing holds. If the swing fails, it fails. It means that if it fails, you're gonna get the bounce. You're gonna go right back, retest this 155 again on a downswing, because the pressure is gonna accelerate again back to the downside because the direction flipped. Now the direction is up on a daily time frame, not on a weekly, not on a, because weekly is obviously down, but on a daily time frame for like a shorter term swing trade. If you wanted to swing something, you have your well-defined level and you know which way to act, right? So this is a for now, this is a pullback against the upswing, right? Against the buy signal. So you have a signal is in, that signal on that day did the job, right? And flipped the swing because it was down before, because it was making lower low. So some of these, hang on, hold on one second. Okay, um, so the 176 and 185 low is what you watch on Monday to see which way either it's gonna have a green bar or it's gonna have another down bar. So that's your trade structure right there. If you are planning to play MST, MSTR is a buy signal as well. Well, if you on a daily, so that signal definitely picked the low right there. So I mean, this one is given the low at the stops at the low, the 155.61. Okay, so there's a pretty um, a good chance that this, if it holds, most likely it will, because once the swing flips, it isn't instantly flips right back down. Keep that thing in mind. You know, so it's just the they go huge huge beating. Look at the worth of 50. This is a broken stock. It's gonna take, I don't know, weeks and months to recover. It's too much downside. Um, there's 50 right there. What 243, 200 is at 301. Actually close below the 5 as well, which is a 181. Wow. Well, see if this holds, the swing holds, if the buy signal holds. I mean, there's a good chance that that 191 breaks and it can make a room toward the 200 mark. So that's the trade setup. I mean, this is totally different. It has don't ever, you know, this thing right there, the think or swim platform. Okay, it's like a cheap quality version of scripting, you can call it. You know, like a Honda Civic on the what I call them on the wheel caps. This is just the generic basic charts, pre-charts that comes from a software built in. This has I mean, they're good, you know. If you just look at them a basic charts and stuff, this is a totally different world. Once you will learn and spend months and understand the whole, this is the top of the line technicals you can do on a on price. Okay, just keep that thing in mind. You can't even um, um, run any kind of advanced complex scans and stuff on this. You know, it's just basic generic stuff like they do. You know, they cannot calculate math like this one does. Okay, so there's absolutely no comparison. So yeah, you pay the high-end price to get yourself a high-end software, but then obviously you have to sit and learn day and night. That takes a lot of time because you need to understand which tool is doing his work and how to read it right and where to plot them, and you know there's so many. It's just the thing is like this is a whole different level. There's absolutely zero comparison. If you have an idea of a certain script that you can write here, you could have a much faster way of writing scripts here and running scans and doing the testing compared to this one. Okay, this cannot handle too many complex scripts, first of all. It only runs scans on just like a generic simple scripting scripts. It cannot handle complex scripting, meaning like more like advanced level, right? So you'll get there, but you just have to take a start and you know you have to learn over time and then months after months, and then you will understand like, okay, what is my logic, what I'm trying to plot to the price, what is a turning point that I'm looking for. You know, those are all the conditions that you put it together is to build something. Once you have a model built, then you put them into a test, right? So then once you put them into a testing for several months, right, that's when you will say like, okay, well, is it really working? Should I change something? You know, there's a lot of work. You know, it's very easy to look at them, they sit and do, and I can go back in there and change the settings. You want to see faster buy signals? It's gonna give you that. It's just a matter of like how I want it. It's not, you know, that's what the whole model is for. What are you applying to the chart? It's when you will see that the when those conditions will get met, is this ones will give you the turning point. If you're gonna tighten it up, obviously you're gonna have a faster signals. If you're gonna loosen up a little bit, it's just a matter of like how far you want to stretch that thing. You know, I can go in there and change things. There's going to be a plenty of buy signals going to trigger right there that you can play for like a day or two. But when you test everything, you just have to bring that point. So like, okay, well, I want to loosen up a little bit. I want to give a little bit of a breathing room for the price to either if it's making lower low and how far does it go, and so all those things that comes together. Then when you see the actual result, like, okay, yes, this is where I want to leave it. This is where I see the most success. Win rate starting to emerge. That's where you just leave things the way they are. And you just don't touch them. Leave the way they are. If they're working, leave it alone. Don't mess with it. The same concept. It's the same thing what I tell you all the time about the wave count. If you have a good wave count in your hand and if it's working on your like however how you label a wave two or a wave three, and if you're projecting everything to the downside, leave the wave count alone. Don't change anything. If it's an A, B, X, Y, Z, who cares? Okay, as long as the wave count your is respecting your fib levels, meaning your support and when you're running your projections toward a three versus one and this and that, just leave it alone. Don't mess with it. And stop looking at nonsense on a Twitter all the time. None of the stuff make any sense. So where we were, we jumped from another one screen. Um, the seasonality. So we have a higher bar for the month. Well, we still got 3 more weeks to go, so we'll see what happens. I mean, it doesn't mean that it's gonna work exactly the same way. So we're right here for 5 days so far. So which is kind of, a pretty kind of slow start. So we ended the week with like 0.34%. We have a little bit of movement here. It looks like a little pop and fade kind of move, you know. So things really doesn't pick up until here. So keep that thing in mind. Okay. It's very first 2 weeks is just so don't force too many trades. I know there's some trades are moving, right? But none of the Mag 7 stocks are moving much. Okay. But we have to look at this way. All right. I don't know why I woke up, started sneezing. We have to look at this way that if S&P is pressing toward the new high, there's not a single Mag 7 stock, okay, is sitting near the 52 weeks high. So a lot of these beaten down stocks are the ones that trying to get a lift in the last month for the yearly bar to close. You know, you see Adobe yesterday. Adobe was moving yesterday like it reported earnings. You know, CRM got a nice pop. I mean, it would be really, really nice. I analyzed the trade and I had 7 contracts on that, on CRM. Jeez, that would be such a hell of a payout toward that 250 mark. That was almost like a $2,000 trade. But I end up only like cut 6 of them right before earnings, and I'm just not comfortable risking that much. I know it was looking bullish. That's why I went long. Um, it had that structure signal as well, so that's what I had. It was pretty, confident that. Well, but again, things can flip where we're just you can't bet your life on earnings. It just I've never done it. I'm just not gonna do it either. So I'm still fine. I mean, we did okay. I trimmed six. I've been saying like, hey, just don't carry too much risk into earnings because stock can pop, fade, and you just don't know, you know. It's like I'll just hold one, and the one still end up going up to almost 70%. So near close to the what was the 70? Yeah. So we paid 310, closed them at 550 yesterday. Sorry, the other day. And then the first trim was three, 390, 395. So it was 395.
Well, I think we're sharing a wrong screen.
Oh, I'm looking at the Slack. This one? Which screen are you looking at?
We were looking at the monthly seasonal September seasonality chart. You're sharing the monthly SPX seasonality chart,
Yeah, that's
but
where
you
we
are talking
are.
about something. Okay,
Yeah, I'm just talking about the CRM trade we just had.
right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we just what was that close? That was the trade. Yeah, 390. Yeah, 390. How's it 395? Oh, no, no, no. Sorry. This is a crowd strike. I closed it because of the earnings. That was yeah, it was this. Where the heck that one? CRM right there. Yeah, I know I tried close to 100 delta on that trade. At 365, yeah, six, I know. Six, I did on a discount. Yeah, six, yeah, then I held one. 365. And then yeah, it was 310, 395, 310 to 395 on six. And I just held one and I closed this one at 550 yesterday. So, oh well. The point is, like, I would have held all of them. Yeah, it would be a much better, much bigger payout. But again, it's just the earning risk is is a little very challenging. I'm not looking over time. Yeah, the trade goes wrong, 1,000, $1,200 so yeah, that's fine. You had a fully structured trade that you placed this and that, but instantly losing this much this fast, yeah, screw that. I, you know, I'll give back 1,000 if I have to, but I'm not gonna just instantly take it over a one single, a gambling. So yeah, this is still have NDX still an inside bar. Hasn't made a high yesterday. S&P did, so it's just weird. S&P is willing to run even mega tag because all these mag sevens are all over the place. And then the uh, Russell already did. Russell had a new high for the month. We have an S&P and we had a Russell. We didn't. The semis hadn't did it either. Semi had a looks a little rough at the end of the month. So Meta did. Meta had a higher bar for the month. So Microsoft inside had a pretty wild range last month. So this is still an inside month so far. I mean, again, we just start the month, so we'll find plenty of trades. We'll do 10, 15 as always. Um, Google, man, what a rip. Ugh, it's a good one. This pig right there is just massive range last month. It's just the biggest range, second biggest range after this. You see, this Amazon is really wild from the last 2 months. Very huge range for the month. So kind of starting to, I mean, I'm just, I have shares that we bought, and I'm definitely planning to hold. I mean, worst case that we come back down, I mean, we'll figure it out. But I think we bought them somewhere around like here, 218, 19 or so. So Apple put up a new high. Tesla did not. Still had inside month. Still gotta make this 474 to make a new high. Kind of weird. It's just it held way. Looks like a this 4 months of job right there. Got a huge pop right there. Obviously, because remember we always longer the stock will stay sideways, bigger the breakout. The biggest challenge is even with me looking at price and it's just how to time this move for this move to happen. Very difficult, you know? Always look at it just like how to position in a chop zone, and that consolidation phase, because the longer it goes sideways, bigger the breakup. So it's four right there. So we have one, two, three, and this is gonna be this is the fourth one that is fighting right now. That will meet 4 by 4. That's just the minimum time that you meet to the upside. I mean, we just there's few just took off. Communication is fine. That's what the meta is. Meta doing all the work there. For the one industrial, no utilities. Whoops, puke down right there. Oh boy, huge run for the utilities. Yeah, it's time to give back. Healthcare got a huge pop right there. A lot of sell signals on the healthcare, so not really interested on the healthcare this month for sure. I mean, we'll see toward the end, but nothing right now. Eli, I mean, what the hell is going on here? Looked at it yesterday. Look at this, down 7 straight days now. It got hit for the sell signal. You can see it's been down for 7 days. Ranking is dropping as well. Still three is still good. It doesn't want to. You don't want to come down to 2 and 1. Yeah, then you're gonna lose all the upside. And ranking 3, 4, 5. That's where you want to be. See all fives? Five, 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 all fives. So just testing some rankings just to little numbers right there. One with 3, 3, 4, 5. I want to try to find an entry in 2. And if the position started to move, it goes up to 3. Once it goes 3, you just gotta leave it there. Just let that thing run. Turns into a 4, goes to 5 max. That's what is gonna move. 0 is just Those are the ones that are taking all the beating. I don't know which one is it. A lot of stocks got big, a little bit of a move. Looking at some of the booking, see you got that three right there. Got the buy on this one. Adobe had a buy. That's why it's moving up. Got three now. It went three yesterday on this pop. It was two right there. See one, two, one, two, and the three. That's what get the move on a third ranking three. Um, what it changes, I mean, it's not gonna tell you up front which way it's going. So Goldman is new highs. Goldman is up like almost 50% for the year. I want to buy this, but when does this ServiceNow stock splits? Do you have a date on this? I want to buy this stock with shares. I know it's a $854 stock right now, but you're not gonna be able to buy that many shares. But this is I wanna get this one. It has a buy signal as well. I'm just holding myself back because I want to open up an option position when the stock is gonna split because is hang on, it shows right there, I think. Oh, split 5 to 1, 12, December 18th. Oh, still got a long way to go. Still got almost roughly 2 weeks. December 18th is when this splits. Because what happens is once you in that 850, the premiums and stuff that you will pay, and then the option chain will reprice. So Salesforce got a big pop right there. That was the trade that we took. Will then end up accelerating on up to the upside on the after the earnings. Meta is okay. Meta looking good. Holding from the buy signal here. So Meta is fine. We did a trade, cashed it out. We got those shares, so let those one work. So we'll see how that plays out. Um, what else did we have? Palantir had a buy, still going here. Creeping eye back to ranking 5. Google is fine. Google is not giving back anything, man. Beast. It's a rip into the upside. All summer this year, remember I was telling you every buy Google, buy Google. Just hold it. Uh, Oracle working. This is holding. It's a good sign. I mean, I did a screenshot of this to the Twitter as well. This and this is the week. I don't really follow them. I mean, this is one of the freebie that I have on the software here. So it's a very different structure for the for these trade to form like to trigger the go and no go signals. It's a totally different stuff. So nothing compared to what I have. But I do watch them. Some of them are really good. I'm not gonna, if you start to look at some of these weekly signals, they can run, really good. So I always look at them on a weekly time frame because that's where the structure built. Okay, remember I always talk about this. Daily is fine. Weekly is everything. Okay, if the weekly lines up right, daily is just gonna work his way up. Um, yeah, there is one go here. This one's a good one. You see, you can get a lot of upside. So doesn't because you see, like it took a lot of time. I mean, this is what, 11 weeks, a 46% drawdown. So it's quite a it's pretty big. But anyhow, the low is 185 signal triggered here for this week. It fired on the existing candle, so this closed. So I ran some projections to the upside, 217, 223, so we already made it here to 217 so far. So the next is 223. If this zone right there clears, then this is the next zone, which is 237, 246. Okay. This is going to be a real sticky zone right there. So this is, I know they have earnings coming next week. So that would be, we'll see what they say. Um, because right now the resistance is going to be this. Remember, I always say is broken support of a previous swing low will act as a resistance on the way up, right? So the 218.79 was the swing low, which lasted 5 weeks back here in September. Now we made a new low at 185, right? And now we're bouncing right back toward the 218.79 mark. So this is where the first zone is. So the next week, if this, well, this signal has to hold now, right? So if this signal fails on a weekly structure, it will fail the daily buy signal on my end as well. Okay. So we'll see what happens. So there's a pretty good chance that we might go push toward this zone, right? If this hold on a weekly go signal, and then on my side, this daily will hold, we should make this room to the upside. Because right now, remember we had a broken 200 moving average. So this is going to be the first wall. So this area right there is the more is the level that you're gonna watch right there. This, jeez, right there. So this 218 price. So this low back in September, the 200, 222, 218. That's a little small shelter here. So this is the wall right there, anyways. You know that. So this area right there most likely will hold until they report earnings. If the earning comes strong, let's see what they say about their data centers and things like this. And if it moves, good. This whole that means this one held is it's working. So far it's going, right? And then the weekly go signal will hold. So there's there's a there's a light at the tunnel. We might make some, and never know, it can pop right back up. So we'll see. So if worst case, it just cut the pig out and just move on. Like nothing I can do. I gotta fight my, Let's see if it fails or if it holds. We're gonna find out next week anyway. So that's this one. It's gonna just I'm working on. I know it's been a while. Um, I haven't. Geez, where the heck that went? What's going on here? Where does the I'm missing weekly channel. just disappeared. Oh, I'm gonna look at because we had hourly here. Haven't did anything on this one for a while. Daily is did some recaps and stuff. Um, we're missing weekly. Did the chat community for you guys. This is what I want. This is what we have last week. Oh, there we go. Ruben is not gonna sleep Tuesday night for sure. Come on. I'm missing what the heck happened here. Is it a weekly channel? I was actually working. What I was my point is that I'm working on every Saturday morning because I'm up every morning anyways, early at 5:30. Um, by the time I'll whatever time I'm gonna get on the computer, I run I haven't done a scan yet, but I'm working on it. Where did it go? This one. It's not finished yet. Okay. So a lot of these are weekly time frame. So I don't know what the heck happened here because I was gonna post um, the weekly there. So I'll look it up. Um, there's a lot of stocks here that has triggered a weekly buy signal. Okay, so I was just putting um, putting up a chart, the stocks together on a weekly time frame. So there's some good ones that could definitely it's just a rotation. Um, that Lulu has one has a weekly buy signal now. So a lot of this rotation is looking to improve in the coming weeks, not days. So keep your hopes um, down for don't expect that things are going to instantly move. It's just going to be on a weekly basis. So ideally, I mean, what I do normally is just I buy shares, to be honest, and just let those things run. Um, yeah, there's some. Moody has one, has a buy signal. These are all weekly. Lulu has a weekly. Humana is the one is has that defensive month anyways. STZ, this one fired up by new weekly buy signal as well. Airbnb, I'm already this Airbnb doesn't have it yet. Where's my change this thing? Yeah, see, Oracle has a sell signal on the weekly time frame. That's why you gotta just uh, see Lulu right there, the buy signal. Your number one focus, okay, in trading and investing is on the weekly time frame. Mark my words, okay? As long as you're trading, you need to change your day-to-day habit and just and these babysitting candles all the time, down and up and down and this it's just it's all noise. Okay. The real structure built on a weekly time frame. If the weekly is strong, daily is gonna go. Hourly, whatever. You're gonna have a down 1-2 session. That's fine. Not the end of the world. But your eyes should be always watching. Is my weekly is good or not? Okay. These are very powerful signals that could keep you on a trades for like weeks and months, couple quarters. Okay. Look at this. Broadcom. Still going. I mean, I got in at 190 something right there, 192, 94, right here. Still going because, like here, got us flip down. And I'm not selling. I mean, this is a company that was a gift, to be honest. Here to this around here, about 50. I would have about 100 shares, to be honest. I always love this company. You know me, I always talk about this company all the time. Broadcom is just amazing. Um, but right there, still going. I know daily is gonna come, but if I'm holding shares, I have all the time in the world, you know. So I'll trim. So if I will see any week that this triggers right there, I'm gonna lighten up the position. I'm not gonna fully close it because I don't even know when the last time I'm ever gonna get a $190 price on this stock. It's a 400, near 400, or just suffer the sell signal for a while. But it's not there, so I'm not gonna act. It has all five ranking is just it's crazy strength of this stock, it's very strong. So I'm just, the point is just focus on a weekly time frame. It will change your thinking. Okay. It's just, so I'm working on these ones. And then low has a weekly. This one does not, but it will trigger on this one. So I might go back in. We had a really good trade 2 years ago. This one hasn't got one yet, but I think it's gonna get one pretty soon. So it was under a sell signal. You see how powerful these signals are? How long they can keep you in a trade? The weeks after weeks. I mean, you're gonna have a down week. You see, like here, got a down week right there. You just consolidated right there for like, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 5 weeks, and boom. You see, like that's what we talk about right there. You see this 4 or 5 weeks of your patience. If you have shares, you have all the time in the world. When you have positions on the options, yeah, then you're getting toast on time. You're wasting time right there. The price is just gonna go sideways for 4 weeks, 5 weeks, for a month. 4 weeks is 1 month. So you just have dealing with an inside month. So you sit and so you're going out 2 months on time, and then you get stuck for one monthly bar going inside. You can imagine how much time that you're losing, right? So that's why I always try to either focus more on diagonals, butterflies, vertical, you know. Diagonals and butterflies are always the best. You play the move, you're not paying anything on a time. Okay, if stock is gonna chop around, sit flat, let it sit. You're getting paid because you're selling a call against your long call. It's melting. But being directional, sitting on a single calls, and then like, oh, I'm hoping for a monster move. Oh, you don't know that. How soon and how fast it's gonna happen. These are just weeklies are the best, But again, they still need sort of like 310 anyways for the real confirmation for this actually trend to resume back to the upside. I mean, it looks like it's a little tricky. I mean, chart, I'm not really in love with the price. It's getting toward this 275. We take this high to this low, 275, 289, 3. See, it just got room to run. Like it has a lot of work to do, but it's still gonna fight this. So we'll see. There's nothing there yet, but these are great, solid trades, but you need a stomach to hold it. Okay. That's what it comes down to. These are like people or working full time from home. I know a lot of you guys do. This is your ideal time window. Put the risk on, leave it open. Don't do anything to it. So you just oh, the number on the top is the ranking. Like they have some conditions that I applied toward certain. So you have five rankings on that one. So it goes from 0 to 5. So two is when you start hunting for trades. Most of the time that you will see a buy signal will trigger in the ranking 2. And then you want the signal to really, if it's gonna play out, you want ranking to improve to a 3, then 4 to a 5. Once it goes to a 5, and that's just from 3 up is gonna start moving pretty fast. So stock will start will the price will start to move. So it just shows the overall weakness, strength, if it's just a bounce or things like this. So rank 1 right now, it shows right there on the chart. It can just a number here. I just plot them right there. I can just leave it here, the label. Just throw a label there up on the top. So they work really slow. So it's a very, it's like a, I haven't finished that one up yet. So because I looked through the all 500 stocks, go through them one by one and kind of see and put on RRG. These are the weekly RRG based on this one. Um, so this one has a weekly buy signal Dexcom. I have mentioned I've I do mention few trades here there, and I know some of you might not just take them as a joke or don't pay attention to it and things, but some of them I because I take some of these trades on my brother's account as well. So this was he's pretty heavy. I talked to him last night. It's just um this one Zebra hasn't confirmed yet, but we're gonna watch. SPGI, this one has one. So this one right there. A little choppy right now for the week, but it's it can if it holds right there, we should be able to make some room to the upside. Yeah, the rotation improves. So these are valid signals. Okay. It gives you a well-defined, it's not a cheap stock. So well-defined RSG has it. I actually have this trade open anyway, so this one. So, so yeah, I'm holding this one. So we'll see how this one goes. This one has a weekly buy signal as well that triggered on the 11th, 17th. This one right there. So I got this one from Optima that triggered a buy signal actually on this one on the week before. And then this system picked it up on this monster volume. The next week, I was like, okay, I gotta play. I got an entry better than 208, so I'll take that. So we'll see what happens. Um, this is so I'm gonna I have few this one has APO Apollo has these are here 125 against 122. This should break right there. So you just should be able to get a measured move back to the upside. There a target there's like 156. That would be the ideal target to the previous swing high. It's just your pivot right there. So if you just want to calculate a measured move, you can take this high, this to this 172. That would be the equal measured move. So it's a good setup right there. Not an expensive style, Apollo globe. I will put this together, so don't worry about. I'm still working on them. I was doing this at 6 o'clock in the morning, running some because I have to look through here, and then I plot everything here, make a watch list here. But this one is gonna. I know the bias there is there. There's nothing else you are seeing there. This is gonna give you a more detail, RG and all the that I'm gonna run the charts on this side of the signal to see which one really looks good. But these conditions are different on the swings compared to those ones. So FIS has one. These are something early, see right there, that triggered right there. This and these rotations are going to improve as well. So these stocks good to hold some. This one is coming off from the low, but if you look at the overall chart, it's a great pullback. You know, it's really excellent right there. It's great pullback. Be an excellent opportunity right there for this thing to see if we can crack this channel. Get a huge move. You get a three-way swing. This is, if you count this thing, it's going to be at least five-way move right there. Okay, it depends how you're going to label 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can take this A, B, C, or W, X, Y. It doesn't matter what you want to do it. So you have 5 against 3. That's 8 swing move. This thing can move back to the upside. It doesn't matter what it's going to break. You know. So these are the weekly signal. I mean, it's gonna last. They don't instantly fail. So just to let you know, because each week by week, okay, the bar will do the work. So there's some of them are, this is a Fidelity National Info. What the heck is that? But FIS, we go back here. Look at the rotation here. Fidelity National Information System. I don't mind buying 25, 30 shares, 40 shares. Let it work. These stocks are just outside of Mag 7s and, like mega growth, and they're great trades that could keep you not on a, like they're not like a very high risk trades, but slow potential growth. Again, signal is in, you in. No signal, you're not. That's what the main focus is on. Is just to see what is has been triggered so far. The KKR is another one. Because I'm gonna get few names on Monday for sure. There you go. Great move. Kind of three-wave pullback. Try to try to see if this weekly bar can push toward this pivot right there, toward this 150 mark. That'd be great. You know. So these are all like pulling up on which is did I KKR? Yeah. What is this one here? Right there. So because you have to understand one thing, this thing is not going this way, right? So if the signal fails, so right now, you see what happens is if the signal fails, the price ends up making a lower low. This rotation is just gonna gotta go this way, right? Structure is broken, doesn't align up with the rotation either. Momentum is it's still weak, okay, but it will improve over time as long as the signal holds. If the signal will fail, okay, meaning that the price dips down, the rotation, instead of moving like this, it will go this way. Then it has to wait several more weeks to form up another structure for another buy signal for this thing to turn back up. Like it will make its way up sooner or later, but it's just a matter of like when. Now these weekly ones, they don't move as fast as daily. Okay, they're gonna crawl like a turtle, so they don't move as fast. So these are these are long-term trades that could last you for weeks and months and quarter or two or three. It depends how long the signal holds. You're gonna have a couple whipsaws and stuff because this is obvious. Okay, market can get heavy. Um, some of these stocks can stay firm. They really don't move much over the overall market, like some of these names, you know. So GPC is another one I think got triggered as well. Right there, yeah, I got a mean reversion signal on this one. This is the auto part. It's got few. These are all S&P 500 stocks, so it's not some BS companies either. You know, companies can make it to the S&P 500 is a big thing. These are all. So I haven't finished it up yet, so I'm still working on it. This one has a buy signal, Tiro, EMR. This is a solid setup right now. Ooh, I like this one a lot. This EMR is Emerson Electric. We traded this one, remember? We took a trade on that one. This is setting up a crazy nice bullish wedge right there. Confirmed buy, sitting right at the tip. Could kind of, I mean, if we can kind of like come back down a little bit right there, I'll see if we could get in this to try to play this breakout. You know, got a confirmed buy channel. Last weekly was back on 8.4. And just try to see if we can try to break out and see if we can get to 150 plus. That's the pivot right there. We got to break. So 140, 150 spread is going to be the ideal play to the upside of the breakout. So that's going to be the play. 140, 150 can make a room back there. So weekly. So just 140 calls or 150 calls. It depends. Um, EMR is good. It looks good here as well. I believe where that could went. You see, they're all pointing there. So I got to work a little bit. RSGS and Airbnb is it. Yeah. I have this one working. What the heck is that? Right there. I'm blind with this EMR. Right? See, it's gonna go. IFF has it. So, oh, cheapy kind of stock. Still got to work to do. These are weekly swings are up as well. So just then I got most of these buy signals hardly ever triggered. Match has one, PPG, Industrial ITW has one, SWK, the Stanley Black and Decker, Dexcom is as one. Dexcom looks good. I've mentioned this one as well. Right there, it's starting to move. Got a higher bar, has a confirmed higher weekly bar. Swing, sorry, because you got 1, 2, and 3. No, sorry, 1, 2, and 3. So you have 3 weeks right there. So this is a 4. It's been up for 4 weeks now. So any pullback towards 64 toward this ATR, it's a good buy. It took a pretty nasty flush here. I know that, but I just gotta work his way up. They don't really, I mean, you always gotta, I mean, we don't know how strong this thing will work over time. But I always look at the previous uh, uh, data, meaning the how like the last time when it triggered, what kind of the expected move that the last one gave. That gives me a pretty good idea, right? So just nothing like I want to buy something crazy to the upside. Again, we don't know. Okay, I don't know that. I cannot, nobody can in the world can give you a defined answer where the stock is going, right? So it's just, it kind of gives you a pretty good, like, okay, last one here was 65.80, 67.88. So, okay, I mean, if you say like, okay, I'm at 60, right? So what will be the reasonable bet? I would say like, okay, well, if I will go with this one, what would be the reasonable bet? I would say like, okay, this one would have a pretty good chance of holding at least to that certain level. I'll pick a midpoint, right? So what would be the midpoint? On the what, 70, right? So if I go 70 calls, I don't know, buy like 6, 8 months worth of a time, I think I'm gonna end up probably making something. I mean, yeah, if I'm gonna if the stock explode above 70 plus, yeah, of course I'm a happy man. But if I be if I have 6, 7 months, 8 months worth of a time because I'm trying to focus on a weekly time frame, right? I mean, it's gonna pay at least something, you know. So there's a very good chance that you end up making something. It's just a matter of like how long are you gonna hold it, you know? You want to say like, hey, I want to get in, buy like 6, 7 months worth of a time. This thing can pop 2, 3, 4 points. I can make like 400, 500 bucks. Can I close the trade? Of course you can. Of course you can. You take the money and run. It doesn't matter. Okay, well, you took a weekly signal. It's next week got a pretty big pop, and you end up closing it. You're gonna always do it. It just that these are the decisions that nobody's gonna make it for you. You have to make the decision by yourself. You know, there's never there's never gonna be a perfect entry, and there's never gonna be a perfect exit. It just doesn't exist in trading world. But there's gonna be a certain time he says like, okay, well, hey, should I ring the register? Could I just cash it out? Okay, well, then do it. Should I trim half this and that? But this is why we track so many just to kind of different way of like, okay, how's the rotation looks like? Is it really weakening? And these kind of a thing. These are improving. They ran their course, being down because they're all suckers are coming from here, you know. So they all came from here. Now they're getting to this stage, and this is where they're trying to make a move back up because they want to go and they're going to complete the rotation. So that's what the whole part is. But it's just a matter of waiting. And I think people who don't want to get involved in day-to-day noise with the overall market, so like, hey, I just want to give me a couple weekly signals. I can take 5, 6 trades, throw them all together, let the thing work. I don't have to sit and look at them. As long as my weekly structure holds, I'm in a trade. You know, Nike doesn't have one, but I'm watching and just rotation definitely kind of looks good. Nike might see some upside from here. It's still under a sell signal. So that was a buy right there. Got the huge pop right there on earnings and it faded to give back everything back. So down 12% for the year. So still got a lot of work to do. So that's the low right there. Just if this is 1, 2, I mean, simple if you wanna consider an ABC move. But again, we don't have a confirmed buy signal. So, but just put a rotation point of view, I think that something is gonna come and trigger on Nike. So 88 would be a reasonable print to the upside. So we gotta, I don't even know if this low is gonna hold as yeah. See, it doesn't have, it's just too deep retracement. If you would have a little shorter retracement, it would have a look like this. You see the difference? This channels have a very unique technique. People don't use them. I mean, see, like when you have a rise up like this and you have a shallow pullback, you have a pretty good chance the stock is going to go up. Look at this. And then when you go back here, what does it look like? 100% bear flag, right? So it just matters. There's a big difference here compared to this. This is the bear flag. But that doesn't mean that you cannot play the upside. Of course you can. But there's a very high risk. It's gonna roll. It's gonna roll over again because it's gonna put up a big, huge bear flag like this. When you have a rising channel like this, the direction tilts more toward the upside, that the price trails more, you know? So channels are a great way to look at the price. Jen had this is cheap. This is a cheapy one. This one, this one actually triggered this week. So this is a fresh one. God damn, it's super tight on us. This week, no, it doesn't move that much. Put up a bullish engulfing weekly candle. That's a good sign for this week. I might catch some upside. Sell, buy, sell. So that's 25. It doesn't move that much. So it's not a very high ATR play. Okay, so you can see here, see 29 to 25, 25 to 29. So 3, 4 points. This was 23 to 29. So the minimum target will be 29.73. That has to go blue. Well, it has a pink dot here anyway, so yeah, that's a little cheapy one right there. This is a good one. On this one got a this is breaking out right there, this wedge. So this is a clear bullish wedge pattern right there. See these lows to these highs, and it has got a close above it, which is a very good sign. So the upside pivot is this 63, 63. That would be the real breakout for the stock. It's still down 13% for the year. So good setup. NASDAQ has one, and you it's got a mean reversion. There's a bullish wedge pattern right there. This one gives 84.76, which was 11.17 low. That's the fresh one right there. Trying to get to 97 on a breakout. So my rotation on this one right here is improving. So some good quality setups. I mean, I hope most of them are right. IR is another one. I'm still working on some. See this one right there. Oh, so if you look at the chart from here going up, this is, I don't know if it's turning into some sort of a triangle or something, or that's gonna be, it's gonna be nasty like this. C1, 2, C, like D, and then E. That's, it doesn't matter how it adjusts, then make its way out. It looks like a, let's see if A, B, C, D, E. Oh boy. Well, the first pivot, second pivot, we have two upside zones. I don't know how it's gonna shape out, but all we cared about is previous highs anyways. 84.90. That's the upside bet anyways to make. It's just a little simple as that. I had them default by because I use a red line for the lower one, so that's the upside bet to make. So target this high and this high against this low. That's the overall trade. Because when I take a trade, that's what I'm always looking at is what the previous swing high and where the previous swing low is. So how does the swing trading work? We already talked about it in the middle. We need to break. Remember, the red line needs to turn green. Where does it turn green? When it takes out the previous swing high, right? So it stays red until it makes a new high. So you defined risk, your upside against this low. That's your trade. It's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. Should I get in? Should I get out? SYK has one. SYK. No, this one doesn't have it. Never. There's a sell signal on it. CPT has it. This one is. Let me get this one. This one right there got a little bit of a pullback here this week. This is the one because the rates are coming back. That's gonna be this 111.20. This one went really wild for a while. Yeah, I don't mind buying this one. Camden. This is a real estate play. I think that's it. I gotta finish the rest of them. So Airbnb, I have it there. Airbnb looks good on a weekly time frame. I had a this one is so we'll see at a 120, 124 and a half. Try to play it. We'll see what happens. Hasn't confirmed a buy signal here, but on the other screen on Optima here, I had the other charts that had a signal triggered on this one. So we'll see how it goes. So on a daily it does. Daily right there. Daily has it, weekly does not. So Airbnb might go into that 8 swing move. This you have a 5 waves up with a 3 waves down. So look for a measured move to the upside. So I mean, there's no like daily is good, but daily is gonna work the weekly. If the weekly triggers a buy signal, then we'll see a pretty good chance. Then you could try to See if we can climb that thing back up. Still gotta fight his way around here. We'll see. This area is gonna be a sticky zone. Uh, we'll see what happens. Oh, the CDNA. This stock went bankrupt going to all the way there. It had a sell signal, so definitely that guy's invalidated now because it got a big pop on after hours. Now it's at 439, the $40 move. So it's gonna open up somewhere around here on Monday. So it had yeah, it included the S&P. Yeah, I saw that because it had a sell signal against this high at 401. Now the stock sitting at 430, 440. So it means that this sell signal right there failed. So it's not gonna have. So basically, this weekly sell signal failed by stock going to. So now it goes right back to this buy right there, 29.84. So I'm not gonna have another. Basically, give a buy signal here at 6, went to 42, like from here to sell. Then came down to 29.84 buy. That sucker went all the way to 380. I don't follow this stock because they're not in S&P when I run a scan, So most of my main focus is always going to be a top 50. Then I go to 100 to 200. And if I really want to expand over the weekend, I spend time on the overall S&P 500 by running scans on those ones on a much, on a much bigger, just expand the search in a higher time. It just went wild. I mean, yeah, this is much easier to see, but you gotta go through this phase as well. That's where you're gonna give a chunk of money back. But the the real confirmation for stock to once it confirms the real strength is when you have a crossover. Always pay attention to a crossover. That gives you a really good way of looking. Should I hold it for a long term or should I just dump it? These kind of things. So it takes a lot of time because you're looking at 50 to cross above 200 and 100 over 200 on the weekly, and it just we crossovers are really on a longer time frame helps looking at a yeah, it's so hard to chase. I mean, you're not going to see it has a cell here and then didn't had a buy, but now this invalidate, it will be on Monday one's going to refresh. So basically go right back to this one. So then from there, now you have to wait for another cell, you know? For then cell is going to give you another buy and then you get in. You see, it's very hard to get back in this kind of a trade though. You don't know, especially because you're going in so damn late, right? And then it has a buy that goes right back to this one at 29. You trying to chase a price at 440. Can it go to 500? Can it go to 600, 700? Of course it can, but well, buying something here. So the main point is like, okay, well, I buy high. Why would you do that? Because you were in love with the company, because you cannot find anything else. They absolutely must put money in that stock. And you don't even know how much they're gonna go anyways. Might go another 50, 60 points, gonna take another correction lower. It's just a very tough decision. A stock had made his run, just leave it. Fine. I'm not gonna chase it. We want to chase something that actually triggers as close as possible to that certain week to buy something. Not here, not here, because you're there's $29 you can pay 32, 34, 35. You can still within that buying range. But at 29.84 on this particular week, and you end up paying 80, 90, 100. I mean, you don't know nothing was how it's gonna go. It's just a very late entry. I don't just you missed it, you missed it. Who cares? What do you think? That if like I'm gonna run I run these scans, I found that many stocks so far. I haven't even finished yet. And what in the world that I'm gonna say like all of these buy signals gonna fail on me? If I will pick six stocks, let's say I take five stocks, I'm call like 80 to 90% I'm positive that at least three will play out. Could be four. There's a very low chance that all five is going to fail on you. That will be a complete disaster, right? All five will just dump on you. But the different stock, different structure, different company, different fundamentals. It's just like, it's just I just take max allocation. Chat GDP makes it things so easy. I've been first I have before I was calculating everything on my own. I just ChatGPT is just it's amazing. I love it. You know, I just I I simply like I run a scan. This is the list of stocks that I have right in front of me. I know which one has a confirmed buy signal. Those are the one I'm looking for. Not the ones that look good here but doesn't have the banner yet. And I'll just take like five stocks. Okay, I'm gonna take five stocks and put them in Chat GPT. I'm saying like, hey, these are the five stock tickers I'm willing to buy. Right? It will all automatically pull the last price for you when it closed. All you gotta give them a max allocation. It's like, hey, I'm looking to put at $30,000. I want you to build a portfolio for me with the exact size. Break these stocks down, okay, in a $30,000 window to see how much how many shares. Instantly figures out everything, man. It's just amazing how that thing works. You take a $30,000 max allocation, put them into a five stocks. It's gonna say like, okay, hey, put 30, instead of putting 30 all together, leave a little bit of a buffer zone, leave a little bit of $2,000-3,000 worth of buffer so you in for like 27 28 grand, leave a little bit of a buffer in case if you have to add something later, another 2 3 4 shares, you can always do so. And just can just say like, okay, here this is what it is, and give them a say like, okay, hey, I want to put up a bracket. I want to say like, okay, this is gonna be my stop loss on this trade, right? And define my risk. I have my fibs, those are my targets. I'm like, okay, if I put this much, if the price gets here to this fib, to this price, against what my downside is, it calculates everything for you right in front of you. We'll make an excellent portfolio just on those five stock. All you gotta give them a max allocation. Does it calculate everything? Returns, percentage, price, if the price will hit, how much money you will exactly to the make to the penny. All you gotta do is to give them the entry. So I have them make me do it over the weekend. I save them in a vault. I was like, okay, I'm gonna open up four positions on Monday. So like, okay, he's like open once you open it, give me the confirmed entry price. I'll update the vault and then set up the bracket on it. I will tell you exactly what the targets are. It's amazing how that thing works. Some I don't know. I'm pretty sure that a lot of people are using them, and some of them really don't do it. So it's a great way. It's very helpful. And before I was always this is I'm talking about before ChatGPT. I'm always like I have my old school notepad next to me with my pens and writing it down. I bought them, put a date on them, and how much did I put them in there, and what, it just, you can analyze the trade as well, on Thinkorswim. Fine, it will do that, but just the old school kind of style. But ChatGPT, man, I think it just saves you so much time. It's just give them like, if I get stopped out on this, if the signal fails, what would be my loss? Calculates the dollar price, gives you exact percentage loss. It tells you like, okay, if the four trades will play out against the five that you take in, what will be the expected return that you're gonna make? So it's a very great tool that you could easily use on ChatGPT, to be honest. So just give them entries and everything. I mean, all look, we've been tracking our tracker um, here. So it calculates everything right there. You know, look how nicely it breaks down everything. Closed trades, full November performance, percentage. Like it does everything. I have everything saved in a vault. I can go back and pull them up. So like, okay, give me a 3 months average. Pulls breaks on September, October, November. Full recap of 3 months. Look, total took 46 trades. We took every single one. I have a record of everything. It's all saved in a vault. 32 was the winner, 13 losses, one was a break even. Calculates the full return for you, how much the win rate was on all these trades. What else is just you don't need to do anything handwritten. Just everything is here. Just grab the whole thing, copy, paste, update the canvas. It's all here. So we're tracking, we're collecting the data and just keep moving. Everything comes along from here. So far right there, we closed these two. CRM, we closed this one. And Tesla, we closed diagonal. That's fine. So you got 2 for 2. Oracle, fighting a life on this one. This one is still same. I gotta close this one out. CRM is done. This one gonna be there. Got NVIDIA, got the butterfly on this one, doggy, and I got a Spotify so far. So we'll see how the rest of the trade will go, and we'll keep putting them there, and then we're just averaging everything to the 4 months and 5 months and 6 months. I want to collect 6 months of data. I have all the data with me over the years, but I want you guys to see it, to see what the 6 months performance looks like on these signals. Okay, then you will have a pretty good idea as well. If you want to run your own show, well, I'm not responsible for that. So you want to snatch a trade from one guy and you want to pick a trade from this flow and you want to say like, well, I want to take this one on my own. Well, that's on you. I have nothing to say about that. Okay, this is all everything what I post here. So everything is going out here is getting updated there. Okay, when we close everything. I'm I'm always been this way. Many of you guys know me for a long time now. What it is, what it is. That's it. We lose, we lose. That's not the end of the world. Don't worry about that. Keep moving. This thing right there is for life. It's not going anywhere. Okay? This is simple procedures. Same thing I do. I run scans, comes here, come to the screen, whatever buy, we swing. That's it. If there's nothing there, screw it. We'll wait. You know, you simply wait. So daily charts, some of them they look pretty just for swing trading. Just looking at Adobe got a big move. Goldman we already did. Google is fine. Oracle still gotta go through earnings. Microsoft had a buy as a pretty weak, sitting right there trying to fight this 200 moving average. I'm watching. I'm thinking about taking a swing on this one, but we'll see. Rotation doesn't look that impressive. Low had a big trying to move right back to the 10 bar pivot. AMD has been glued to the 50 moving average all week watching this stock. Oops. Right there. You see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. Look at these closes. It's unbelievable, except for this one. Almost at right of that 50. It's just glued to that 50. It has a buy signal against this low because it triggered here on the 26th against the 25th low, which was this at 194. So watch this one, so I never had a very big luck with AMD, to be honest. Just NVIDIA is much, NVIDIA, Broadcom, I always like these two companies much better. Um, BlackRock had a buy signal as
Mo,
well.
Broadcom's got earnings this week.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. They'll be fine. Most likely, they're going to be a baked in earnings. Stock had pretty wild move, to be honest, to the upside. Plus, this is, it's a sell signal on a daily time frame anyway. I got invalidated here. This high right there got poked a little bit on Friday. It kind of backed off. Hasn't closed above it. So it's very choppy here, you see? But then if you look at the weekly time frame, that's what I really care about. I care less what that part is doing right there. So stock, I'm up like almost 100% on this stock. Well, I mean, I doubled my money on this one, to be honest. I'm,
It's a stock forever.
oh yeah, this and Google. Oh, these two, you just own it for life, dude. I mean, they talk about Apple and now they're just made it sound like NVIDIA. You want to own it for forever and don't trade it, like the creamer says. But for alpha, because Broadcom moves, it's it's a good entry. I got them through here, and ever since I was like, it's a solid company. Plus now with the Google and chips and everything, I mean, this stock is the number one pick, you know. So how much more upside? Well, any dip on a Broadcom is definitely worth buying. It's a great company. They have tons of cash, tons of them cash. So we'll see. Going through this kind of, you know, so we'll see what happens. This Palantir is doing okay, making his way up. Lockheed Martin triggered a buy signal here yesterday. Not a very liquid option chain, though. Got a bit of a volume popped as well. So this was very huge run, pull back. The signals on this works really well, just to let you know. Lockheed Martin. Not a very liquid option chain though. So just be aware of that. You can get yourself in pretty quick. But it's gonna be a pain in the neck to get out of the trade when the time's to close. You know, that many buyers are gonna buy you out. So Home Depot, I gotta sell. Interesting. Oracle already looked at them. McDonald's is all over the place. It's a mess. Microsoft, we did AMD, EMR. This is the stock. Is it ready to go? This one and the weekly right there. That's a double buy. Yeah, when a stock has a double buy, it's gonna go. This one. You got a buy here, and you had a buy signal going from here. It's gonna crack. Yeah, this sideways chop right there is ready to chop, ready to break. Kind of blue dot here as well yesterday. Oh, Ranking 4. Nothing here. We traded this one. PayPal has one. Look at that. This is crazy, man. You can't. It's tough to trade. Amazon is all over the place. Look at this stock. How this stock is trading. I'm just look at that. Weekly has a sell as well. I don't know what the heck is going on, man. This thing needs to reverse because this thing is gonna run its course to the downside. Then weekly swing is still up, but Amazon just absolutely just does not look good right now. It needs to break this 238 next week, you know, because if Amazon weekly swing flip, it's going to be a trouble. You don't instantly weekly goes down, you're not gonna it doesn't instantly run right back up. You need to wait for another 3 more weeks. You know, just the year is done. So Amazon is choppy, but it's gotta work. It's gotta work. You know, it needs this, especially next week. It needs 238. That's a huge move based on where it closed. You see, 2 bars, inside bar, higher bar. Remember I told you before? Mag 7 not gonna give you that third week that easily. It will fight like hell, okay, to save the third week. Always remember that. Okay, that includes Broadcom as well, like the top companies. Okay, just talk about like a 10 top 10, 15 market cap company. It's just not gonna give you a third week that easily, especially if their swing is up. I've done, I don't know how many trades I've taken. You know, it's a good way, but it's a very kind of different structure because you're waiting for first week to line up and the second week to line, like you have to wait for those that structure to build to act on a third week as alone. So it's a very kind of late kind of play, but it's a very well-defined risk play. But you're gonna have your answer in 1 week. You don't have to wait for you either save the you not you, but either the market saves the swing or it flips it. That's it. So it needs, I mean, the sequence is gone because you got 2 down and you had inside and up. So there's a very good chance that this thing just gonna go sideways. Okay. Unless if it breaks 238 and just makes a reversal, which it needs to crack this to 238.97 to get rid of this. But this was the buy down here on a weekly time frame. And if next week we don't crack 238, this thing just gonna end the year going sideways, flat. It's almost at 4% for the year. So Amazon just literally has zero growth for this year of 2025. So we'll see how the next year goes. Okay. But this is the high they were looking for. Actually, this signal invalidation is here. It triggers on 11/17. 11/10 high was 251. There's a red line right there, not here. So one previous week high. So for the swing, it needs to save, it needs to print 238.97 to save the weekly swing. A weekly tip lower, it says this is 100% confirmed. This year is done for Amazon. So we'll watch how Amazon will behave. very tough one. I don't want to open any short-term position either because I don't even know what's going on. We got a weekly sell signal, you got a daily sell signal, you got the third swing is trying to fight for her life. I mean, just it's a tough read. You know, I'm gonna leave the shares that I bought them here. Wrote that out, came back. I'll leave the shares the way they are. They're fine. They're up like what, 400-500 bucks now anyway, so they're fine. I want to do the um putting up that I don't know where the total 100 is what the plan is for Mag 7. We can do this. This was the this is what I'm at right now. 63. So another like 30,000, I would say, probably 25. I will leave a little bit of a buffer. Just to kind of like 20, 25. I want to increase this one, meta. I will once I'm gonna get the weekly signal. This one I'm gonna still gonna leave it sorry, that 25 for now because we've still got a little bit of a mixed read. I'm gonna bump this one up. I will. So 684 bottom right after the stupid earnings. And then we're gonna confirm. I'll confirm this once I'll see the weekly signal. Then I'll bump it up. Apple, I'm gonna leave it the way that's fine. Tesla is fine. Tesla is old. This is very old. Broadcom is right there. Yeah,
Mo, you posted that diagonal right on Tesla.
yeah.
If that plays out, are you going to sell the shares? What's your strat? What are you thinking there?
Tesla diagonal.
There was an ending diagonal or something. Weren't you post? Didn't you post?
Oh, the weekly time frame.
Yes. Yeah. No.
It
Yeah.
looks rough. You know, it looks like one, but I mean, just to look at this thing, okay. Go like this, get rid of these swings. Just if you just look at this, okay, I know the wave count is this is one, this is two, this is three. This third wave right there is 161.8, okay, which is three versus one. It's a typical retracement for a third wave, right? This one right there is exactly at that 50% retracement, okay, down to this 101. So if you count this, okay, you can easily count smaller 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in between. The one single bar doesn't motivate the calculator. That's to break it down. If it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you can count all that stuff. Just if you look at the overall retracement, so this is the low down here, whatever, 10, 11 bucks. You got one here, you have two here, you have a third wave, that typical 161.8, okay, of a 1, 2. This one right there is an ABC move, okay, goes up to the 50% retracement of this leg from here to here. That's 4 versus 2. Or 4 versus 2, not X, whatever. So the focus is now is here, from here to here. I mean, look, there are a lot of experts out there in Elliott world. Okay, they can make a wave count for you that will blow your mind. Okay, there's tons of geniuses out there. I'm not gonna deny that. This entire move from this 101 These are the three-way moves. This is 3, this is 3, this is 3, this is 3, this is 3 as well. You need this from this low. You cannot make this thing work. If you put 1 here and 2 here and put 3 here and this 1-day session of 4 and this is 5, this is not right. You cannot even make this thing as a diagonal because you don't even have an overlap. If you want to count this as a 1, 2. Anybody, I'm sure tons of people are just so obsessed and bullish and they're like, yeah, that's it. I can do it 3, 4, like you just forcing it. That's not the way it is. Okay, I know how to count waves. This fourth wave and a second wave right there does not make any sense. If I cannot count a wave, nobody can count a Elliott wave count in the world. I can challenge you that. This is a three-way moves. Okay. And if we will do that, and just connect these lines, they're trying to converge. It's not a good look. Okay, well, it's still got to work. It has still got room to run. Okay. But the overall structure, wave structure, okay, from this 101 low right there, these a bunch of 3 because the price has too much overlap. These are large swings. There is a big difference in a fifth wave running that runs more directional in one direction. Does it look like that fifth wave? So how does a fifth wave define in the Elliott wave? Is either a motive wave or ending diagonal. There is no third, fourth, fifth, or sixth wave. A motive wave is got a 5-wave structure. It could be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 3, 3, 3, 3, and 3. But what does the Elliott tells you in the end? Your wave count must have the right look. If it does not have the right look, meaning what? You don't even have a wave count. You're just wasting your time throwing labels around. But the other thing is this, that, okay, if this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, instead of putting 4 here, making it as a zigzag, right? An ABC move, which is the 50% retracement, which is good, which is fine, which is totally normal. 38.2, 50% retracement for 4 versus 2 is perfect, okay, against your 3 versus 1, which at least hit the 161.8. Okay, it went a little deeper, but it's fine. That doesn't invalidate, it doesn't get too big and, like crazy compared to this. Yeah, it exceeded a lot more on time, which is fine. This is a bit more directional. Went over in couple weeks. This one lasted, for a long time. It's fine. Typical fourth wave is going to torture the hell out of you anyways, because from there is looking for this high to break. So the point is, from here, if you look at them, how do we break from this low? It's a 3-way move. How can a fifth wave can be a 3-way move? Impossible, right? Okay, scratch that. Now let's say if I put 4 here instead of here, turn the whole thing into a complex. Oops. Now we anchor the fourth wave here. This fourth wave is going a little crazy now, right? Because I see a lot compared to this 2 to this 4, way more. That thing lasted like almost what? Almost 2.5 years.
Did it exceed the whole wave up, like from 2019? Is the in time?
No, it's not that. It's just I'm just showing you that if you I'm just
Yeah,
showing you.
no, I agree with you, but I'm just saying you were talking about time in the earlier, which is really cool. So 2019 was the low, and the high was 2021. That is that fourth wave even longer than the move up in time?
Oh no. No, we have to look at that. See, Elliott is not going to give you that time. Gann will. So I have to, let me see this. So the wave structure, let me finish my point for a second.
Okay,
Then
sorry.
I'm going to go back. If you go like this, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this fifth, this is a diagonal, okay? That's one. A case number two is if you go 1 to extend this thing sideways, put a 4 here. And if you count 5 from here, you still don't have 5 waves. Look at the overlap. You cannot fit 5 waves here either. So by putting 4 here to this point, doesn't work. Put a 4 here, this point doesn't work. If I even turn the whole nightmare into a triangle like this, okay, B, C, D, and E, and take this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, that is the possibility you can make this thing work from here. You have to mark this as a low, not this low, not this low. You have to turn this entire thing into a triangle. Then you need to look for that H swing move up. This is the only way you're going to make a bullish case. Okay? You have to turn this. There's no other way you're going to count. You need 8 swings from any low to confirm the wave structure to play out in your favor. If you don't have 8 swings, it's going to fail. It's not going to work. We tried from here. Doesn't work. We tried from here. Doesn't work because this is a 3-way move. There's no 4th wave here. So you can try from any point. It's not going to work. So the only low that you can be able to count a 5-way move is from this low by completing a triangle here. From here, you can put, let me mark this one, 182. So you close the triangle here, price end up making a higher high above this, which is a good sign, right? The price is making a higher highs and higher lows. The wave structure is there. The Elliott wave is a complete mess because it has too much overlap because you're trying to count on 8 swings from any one of these lows. But when you just simply look at a wave structure is fine, okay? Because you have a higher high against this high and you try to push and see if you can make another higher high. There's a higher low, higher low. You see all these, this low right there, 101, higher low, and that's trying to see if you can take out this high. So for from the swing point of view, it has a right wave structure. But when it comes to Elliott wave, It has too much overlap. When the overlap comes in the wave structure, okay, it's starting to form a wedge pattern to you. See, the lines are converging now. It doesn't have the rising straight trend that typically stock has, like the way it runs. This is the rising trend right there. Like, like if you start from here, as you pull back, there's another one, you see? So Elliott is a little tricky. Okay, so from this case right there, so if you do make this thing as a giant triangle that on the Elliott world, okay, you can put an A, B, C, D, and E. It fits. It works fine. Okay, you can live with that. So then from here, you lift this thing up as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, put a 1 here. Then you take a deeper retracement down in 2 because your bottom number is 182. So there comes your wave 2 almost near to 78.6% of retracement of 2 versus 1. And now you're trying to look for a 3 versus 1. Okay, that 100 and 161.8. So let's run it. So we know exactly where is the, let me see. So we take only this low to this, 520 is the equal distance travel from this point to this high to this low to be here, 520. Now, if you go back to our first point, is if we leave the 4 here and turn this thing into a diagonal that ends here as well, which is called 5 versus 3. So this goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now the rule of the Elliott wave is that diagonals cannot be truncated. Okay, so this must break above 488. You can poke a point, this fine, but it cannot be truncated. Truncated means like it just has to end somewhere here and then the strike price rolls over. Okay, so that's against the rules. Now the other question is that there's going to be some experts going to come out and say like, well, this wave 3 right there, okay, is longer than this one. By how much? Diagonals are very hard to overcome. So we have, but the main point is you have to look how this thing looks. So this one was 193. And this one was 251. So the 100% would be at 336, right? So basically the waves stay shorter and shorter, but then your fifth wave on the rule, it can overshoot, but that doesn't happen that often. In a rare occasion, the fifth can overshoot the diagonal. But you're looking at a weekly time frame anyway, so it has room to the upside. So scratch everything off from here. So the thing is this, that the only thing that now I have my little bit of my doubts that is that things what is going to change is this. This is scary. Okay, the daily wave count is on an 11 swing right now. It's going to tip over any week. Okay, so I want you to be well aware of that. Higher the count is going to get, it's going to have a very, very high chance that it's going to roll over. Okay, I can show you hundreds and hundreds of swing counts. I wrote the whole thing. I mean, I'm not going to go through the whole repeat myself over and over again each session. Okay, higher the counts will get, it will. See, this is the fifth. You see, this sucker went to 19, 20, it failed at 21. Took out this low right there. Then it made another reversal back up. There are few stocks that I'm watching. The NVDA is a 1-2 swing on a daily. It's gonna go. NVIDIA is gonna, it's in a pause. That's why I opened the directional trade. I was like, okay, well, if NVIDIA can work his way up, but it's just holding this 185 line. That's just a very sticky zone. Just this HT right there, 184.55. Um, this is something new that I've been learning in the last 2 days. The market is so damn choppy. I'm not really dying to throw trades to, because I'm watching. Um, Something will trigger, but in the meantime, I'm always exploring, and this is the call higher time moving average. It stands for HTMA. HT, higher time moving average. It's not regular moving average like 9, 10, 50, 100, 200. This is the time one. Calculates time. It takes a very precise data to calculate the time. It tells you where the pause is, what you're looking for. I wrote everything here, right there. HTMA. Okay, it's totally different stuff. It's not. See, most traders use a standard EMA and SMA, those price-based moving averages calculated on the current time frame only. HTMA is completely different. High time moving average takes the moving average of a higher time frame, meaning that if you're in a daily time frame, you have to use a weekly time moving average. If you're in a weekly, you have to use the monthly. Okay, I'll show you an example. Moving average of a higher time frame. So you always look one level up. Okay. Daily, you calculate weekly. Weekly, you calculate monthly. Monthly, you calculate yearly. You take one higher time frame, projects it down to a lower time frame. So you can see where the true higher time frame trend sits in a real time. That's where the trend sits, is what level has to break for that price to move up. If you're in a daily time frame but using a weekly HTMA, the line that you're seeing is not a daily EMA. It's the weekly moving average updated and projected on every daily, but it calculates a very precise math. Okay, it's just you think or sim can't even come close to that. That's the Honda Civic model. This is a top-notch, high-end stuff that you're watching. No one can even come close to this. What you would on this kind of stuff. They're based on the moving average that people, oh, we're looking at the crossover, we're looking at a 50, 100, or 200 breaks. That's the end of the world. And this will tells you exactly how the trend is, where it is, where the weekly structure will flip, because you're trading a daily chart using that weekly time moving average on it. So that changes everything, right? Because we're using most of the time daily time frame anyways for swing trading, right? So the weekly signals that we're trying to take, I have those ones with the monthly on them. So we'll get there later. Don't worry about it. HTMA filters, see, HTMA filters out all the intraday and daily noises. It tells you the actual dominant trend. It shows you where the higher time frame buyers and sellers are anchored. That's the line right there, what the number is, the yellow line. Okay. the stock is always is going to hesitate there to that peak as soon as it's going to reach. And that's exactly what's been happening with NVIDIA all week. Couldn't break the 184.85 number. Breaks and retests around HTMAs are far more reliable than a standard EMA and SMA. It prevents late entry, trend direction before the chart flips colors. I was trying to flip them into that. I'm just going to leave them the yellow line the way it is. I was trying to script the line that it changes colors, meaning if there is a close below the line, right? So the line turns red right there. But then I realized it's like, no, it is not going to make any sense, right? So this is NVIDIA right now. NVIDIA is going to pause at 184 to this line right there. You see, it's because that's what this time moving average is doing all the work. So I was trying to the color right there. I was trying to script this thing to see if you have a close below this line, right? It should flip. It would change color, but that doesn't make any sense because you're on daily, but you're using weekly. You're not using daily. It has to be at high, low, and close. You cannot use the open either. That's another thing. It's a little tricky though. But I'm trying to, I pretty much explore everything. It just takes me a day or two just to fully concentrate to kind of look what it is. So you have to calculate this thing based on high, low, and close. You cannot use OHLC either. That's another, it's another because the math will change. So it has to leave the way it is. This is perfect the way it is. Nothing needs to be changed. So it prevents late entry, the trend direction before the chart flip color. HTMA answered the most important things in trading. What is the higher time frame doing right now? Most traders have no clue. They only see their local time frame. HTMA lets you trade in a sync with a bigger wave. So that's what it is. You trade a daily count, but the weekly will tell you where you are. And remember, we talked about all the time, weekly is everything. Daily is just the moving part. So now if we're going to go back here to, I'll show you a side by side. It's going to change how the two different time frames. This is there. I don't want you to jump on things like this. Okay, I'm always into, you're not going to sit here and want to explore this and right there. See, on the weekly time frame is at 183.74. So this 184.85 is a very sticky level. Now let me tell you one thing. It was very interesting. I kind of came across. I don't really follow this nonsense, but let me show you an example. Because this guy, it just pops up on a I'm looking at that cheddar flow. This guy posts the wall right there. No. There's a wall pair at 185, I believe. Which is the same thing, which he doesn't, I don't need to see a data. This line is going to tell me everything. It's a pretty good target as well on the way up on any bounce when the swing flips. That's exactly the mark that you want to go and hit to the upside anyway. So we have the fibs and stuff. Those are more taken into not finding it. taken into smaller, you know, like smaller wave structure to kind of see. This is the bigger high-end stuff. Okay, you kind of see where the wall is built on this. What needs to break for this thing to move up or down? And if it's down, we can always look for support and stuff. Like you see, like here, that was broken down. Swing is down on a daily, so it's just weekly as well, as a matter of fact. Okay, so NVIDIA is on a full pause mode. And and the funny thing is this, that no one, I don't think has anybody, look what NVIDIA has been doing. This is the first week and NVIDIA got the pop. It's been down for 4 weeks, over a month. Look at the weekly time frame. You see, remember we have what the rule is. The rule is of what? 3 bars. 1, 2, 3. I got in because of the 4 weeks down. I bought myself here. I was like, okay, well, it's down 4 weeks. Okay, let's pick it up. It's not gonna go down 5 or 6. It's gonna be, you know, news all over the place. So we're up. I put a butterfly as well, is just because I'm trying to see if we can just kind of, because the swing is down anyways on a weekly time frame with the 184, kind of this pause right there. See, hasn't got the close above it. There's no close above this line all week. No close here, no close here, no close here either. Right? So 4 down days, 4 down weeks, 1 higher bar. So we need another week and another week. So we need 3 weeks. We need 2 more weeks for this swing to flip. From here, it doesn't even give you three higher bars either. This is a low. 1 higher bar, lower, outside, higher, lower, higher, and higher. So it needs to break above, goes up. Okay. At least to flip the daily swing, but daily will help this over time. Weekly is not going to flip forward. Daily has to work this. Remember, this is the engine. This is the moving part inside the engine. Once this starting to move, weekly starting to move up as well. This has to flip first, then this will flip. Not the other way around. Okay, so we have a high to low. Okay. It's 185, 38.2% off this low. We haven't really even tagged it yet, as you can see. It came really close, backed off. 50% of 190. So NVIDIA needs some sort of news for this thing to kind of like get into some room. It's a 1-2 swing, okay, which is bullish, higher and higher low. It's going to be looking for this third swing to the upside. So yeah, I mean, we don't have swing wise is the um the swings are broken. This is the only hope that I am basing the trade on. Okay. We draw this channel that, as I said before, yeah, it needs that push right there. That's the same yellow line that I showed you before in the higher time. You see, sitting right there in the channel breakout. This channel breakout will open the upside. But it's not going to give us too much upside either because the weekly swing is down. When you had a weekly swing is down, your daily is not going to run too far. Weekly structure has to stay in a buy mode. Then any buy signal that comes in a daily time frame is the one to grab. You know, it's not about one single time frame. You need to put 2 side by side. Same chart, weekly, daily, nothing else. So we'll see what happens. Worst case, we just sit slide like this. We're gonna cash out a butterfly really nice. So I structured a butterfly in case we still stay in a pause. And if we do break, okay, well, we have the vertical spread is working. So it's kind of, I layered like 3 layers on the whole trade. So the reason I came back with the butterfly, I was like, okay, well, it will take time for this for this trade to play out because I'm well aware of it that the daily and the weekly swings are both down. I took the trade on this one is based on this buy signal, right? So it's slightly up, like I don't know, 450, $500. So it's just we have plenty of time. So we're long, so we're short on butterfly on a time wise because we want to collect as much as possible theta if it's gonna sit around here, and we have a long dated vertical spread. So it's the great way you can hedge the same position is buy a 60-day vertical and buy like a 3 weeks butterfly on the same stock. I've done it many times because you don't know. I mean, some stock goes into this inside week, they're just like there's nothing. I mean, just spread's not gonna move. That butterfly there is gonna do the work. So you gotta define risk and stuff. You cannot oversize one single position either. It's just a whole different thing. So we'll see what happens in the video. So it needs this breakout. So we'll see. So these are some things I've been exploring. Um, this is uh, the other one I was looking at. This this one right there, mad indicator. It's a really nice way of looking at a yes. Yeah, these ones are, it tracks the 8 and 27 EMA. Okay, I want to do it on a weekly. Daily is fine. 8 and 27. So the 8 EMA and so 8 period and a 27 period. So it actually measured the trend is either accelerating. There's a buyers and sellers that are aggressive. The move has the strength. Pullbacks are viable or not. It blends with the overall price. They're not like those MACDs and stuff. This is totally different. So, but the compression is exhaustion point is just, if it, basically is when this line right there crosses above this blue one right there, is you see it's starting to curve right there. I think it's gonna pop. It's gonna take a few more days. See, it's curving out right there. So should be okay. So I'm sure I'm showing you like those PhD math level technicals. You're just not gonna, some of you guys are kind of new to this world, just to watch those generic RSIs and stuff, MACDs and stuff, and they work, but they lag really bad. Um, It's just the trend reverse is the 820 is this. Can do like a like a moving average. So we're gonna change this to 27. Gonna flip this one just to see. It's red right there. So kind of similar to, you see the red band? But it works a little, this one blends the more price into it. These are little jumpy moving averages. But I wouldn't, not really relying on this. Just my main focus is this. So any so on a Tesla, so it's a 424 now. You see, how it's coming off. So Tesla is fine. Tesla is gonna, any pullback on a Tesla should be a buyable. To break this 474. Tesla is such a tricky stock that everybody right now is loaded on a 500. I can guarantee you that. Okay. It's the same thing happened here. When price was reaching right there toward this 470, everybody was loaded on 500 rug pull. When price went right here, this, you need to understand this stock, how it works. Okay, this stock has a very strange personality. Look, price went up here. Everybody thought it took out this high right there because the swing needs to extend more, right? Everybody loaded on 500 calls, got toast. This is the third time now is coming up again toward that 500 mark. Everybody is going to be loaded again on 500, and I can guarantee it's going to be another rug pull. That's what it is. You need to understand these, because these even marks that everybody try to track, that's where the builds up all the volume, and where you're going to see the most open interest is the one they're going to get flushed out. It happened here and it happened here. Because as soon as you're going to come toward this 470, 480 mark, everybody's going to be start buying 500 calls with time, with spreads and everything. And you're not going to hit it. You're not going to hit it. It's going to pull back. But they want to crush those calls. Every even number, okay, you're going to see that this stock has punished, okay, that area. 367, I guarantee you 400 got all toasted. As soon as you get this stock is gonna come crosses that 350 mark, everybody will be chasing 400. It will cross 350, everybody will be chasing 400. Sorry, the 450, everybody wants 500. But it doesn't get to that number. It's just gonna go there by few points for rug pull. Every time the stock does that. Pay attention to these even numbers. You're way better off betting the high instead of going to that even number that everybody's chasing. Okay? You focus on a swing high, where the swing high is. Here. It's not 500. You should not be betting anything there. You need to break this to either have a hope that you're going to get to 500. Okay, this move right there hasn't even turned the line green either, because it has to break this high. It's still red because it broke this, remember? It's working its way up. It's up for 14 days, 19% move, 19.3 here. Never chase an even number on this unless you're trying to make a butterfly. That's a different thing. If you're trying to structure a butterfly, then you can center that thing over there. But if you say like, okay, well, if this low is here and I'm trying to play a move, you target this high. That's it. No 500 called BS that you're gonna buy. Completely out of the ATR doesn't even go there any that far anyways. Or I want to buy for 6 months and I want to pick up 500 calls. Just pure nonsense. Buy 475 calls. Okay. Make or you can just structure a like we did a diagonal. The reason why I did that diagonal is because first this is a tough read on an Elliott wave. That's why I'm not even making wave count, to be honest. I'd rather just focus on this part. So it's just I was like it's it's trying to move. I mean, I don't know how I so like I'm gonna just kind of stay theta positive. If we get the move up, we're gonna get paid. If we sit flat, we get paid either. So it's just there's not that much to lose going with the diagonal in that range. So 553. So I like the curve or a diagonal. It's really nice. Just kind of sit in a tent, you know. If you're gonna come out, well, you're gonna get a sunburn. And longer you stay here. So I got a wide range here. But the time when I did this, so that was basically went um, from this high, something around like 415, you know. So as long as the price can sit here each day, theta was increasing because when then the price moves up higher, you start giving back delta, but you just not losing time. Price can sit here for 2, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 2 weeks. You're fine. Diagonal is gonna save you. Okay, you're not paying any time. Yeah, sitting here with the 450 and a 500 call spread, stock goes sideways for a week and a half, or take a leg down and then trying to recover back. I mean, those things gonna get hit hard. Plus the IV and everything. You're sitting out of the money strikes with a negative theta. Now you took a 16 point down session. Took 2 days to recover. I mean, the spread just start losing value. This way, at least you come back down. Yeah, well, yeah, your P&L will change, but your time is not gonna hurt you as much. You can stay down for a day or two. We'll watch the levels, and if it makes its way up, now you're back to square one. You're gonna come back pretty quick because you haven't lost any time by coming by for a session or two. These are great way to trade. Like high end, like you need IV to be higher, so you can't just throw diagonal on every trade either. So don't even try that.
Excuse
So
me, Ma.
yeah,
Can you overlay NVDA chart over Tesla? Because it seems when Tesla moves, NVDA goes down, or when NVDA goes up, Tesla goes down. Like inverse relationship. Is that
which chart?
true? NVDA, NVIDIA,
Oh, no, I don't think it has correlate. No, NVIDIA had a correlate.
they go against each other. When NVIDIA starts rising, Tesla hold. When Tesla goes up, NVIDIA goes down. It just seemed lately been doing this.
Interest never. I didn't even. We can do. It's pink is NVIDIA. This is Tesla. So that's NVIDIA is relative strength is definitely weaker than a Tesla right now. So yeah, so right now at this point, they're kind of going in worse. I mean, this NVIDIA, most of that it has, because it's an AI player, so it follows uh, the the Microsoft really well, because the you see that Microsoft and NVIDIA, because they're both into that AI, see they trail together. But I know they used to be Apple and Microsoft or husband and wife for a very long time, for decades. Since I've been, like trading and always comparing those stocks. All Microsoft moves, so does Apple. Apple's a different, like you see, like how the pink line and the light green one, NVIDIA is this and Microsoft is this. Now, if we throw Apple on top of it, you just left over scale. Look where Apple is. What I remember how many times that I said um, the the watch Apple and Nvidia how they trade. It's not about Tesla. If you have to watch Nvidia and Apple, Tesla is on its own. It's a news driven stock. This guy can smoke a blunt over the weekend and type something, you know, some comment he can post on a Twitter, because he's on a Twitter all day long, and that's it. That stock can take a hit on Monday. I'm sure he realized not going to do that, but it's just it's just Tesla is just market can be up, Tesla is down, and then Tesla is up, and then market. It just the track. This is a very just it's a weird stock. It just literally tracks on its own. It's not a very. It's a it's the second largest holding of an XLY. Um, but it doesn't. It's not a macro stock for the S&P 500 that like drives the or moves the S&P like Tesla up and is gonna move. No, Tesla just gonna is gonna do a 425 is good. I mean, swing is up. It's just look up. That's all it is. I mean, if it pulls back, fine. So right at 78.6 retracement anyway, so right there. 454. Need to break this to get to 490. See, you're still not gonna get you can if you're gonna make the higher highs and then you can push into that 500 mark. I don't think they're gonna give it to give this stock. This stock is gonna give 500 that easily because everybody's after that 500 print. And I've told you, showed you two different examples right there. I show you many of them here. Look, I can guarantee you, right? The 400 calls here all got toasted on this plunge right there, 23% toast. That ugly swings is too much. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I hope this thing goes up. I don't have just, but the ride that I have over the years, man, it was just not a fun one, that's for sure. From 150 to this to back to 136. I mean, it's insane. Because this is when he bought the Twitter and I got myself in with 150 shares. I dumped the 75. Then I just held the 75 ever since. I just like, what's the point? Okay, fine. Well, you know, went all the way back up to 300. Double my money. Look, down to 136, 139, from 150. I went negative. by doubling the position. I was like, okay, well, what can we do? Well, I have other positions as well, so that could offset the. But so we're gonna hold it. That's like 150 is a good price, and now it's at 455. So painful ride. But once you just put it in, so just leave it. But over time, I just how many Tesla positions that I've taken over the years as well. So think about that. So that all adds up. Shares are shares, and they're on their own. But you gotta count how many trades that I've taken from the last 2-3 years.
Samo,
Yeah.
so even though you had the projection that the Tesla, might hit 563, by March 20th next year, you are skeptical that the Tesla might hit the wall again at the, previous all-time high. Never hit the 500.
I know. That's what I'm saying. All the flow is
Yeah,
getting
because
clear.
Tesla always betray us.
That's what I'm trying to point this thing out. 500 calls got toasted. 500 calls got toasted. 500 calls got toasted. Here comes the fourth attempt now. It's right there in front of you. Everybody
Right.
chasing that
That's
fight.
right. I
Okay.
remember that back in November, you had the projection that the Tesla is going like um over 500, and then it backed down, and but would it ever go above the past previous all-time high, 488.53?
Well, nobody knows where the stock is going. I mean, that's just completely out of question. I have this, they call impulse barriers. Impulse barriers, you take a measured move of a swing. It tells you exactly what your defined target is. That's it. That's your box. That's your target zone. How long it's going to take and when it's going to get there, nobody knows that. That is the target zone.
Oh wow, that's a new thing. What is that?
It's something new. Oh, a bunch of new tools.
You,
Uh,
you're showing new magic.
I do a lot of stuff. I'm just, I'm always exposed. It's the same thing right there. So it takes a measured swing move of a prior swing. So you take this high, this low. It's called impulse right there, called impulse barriers. So this is where you're gonna see the most sellers are sitting there. That's the projection target. The impulse barrier is a target tool designed to project and display a region of a possible resistance, and it's applied by selecting 2 points in a chart. So this is the green zone. You just imagine not these previous ones. So if I do this and then I run another impulse from here to here, so both this stacks up at the same. So I can make this in a yellow and a green box that goes here. So this is the upside projection path, which is that 500, 510 number. But you're not gonna get there until you break this. The last time we made a new high by 4 points, right? So the first one went down 12.6. This one flushed it down 19.3. Here comes another. So this zone right there is the key zone, is what needs to break to get here. This. So now the question is, next time we're gonna go to what, 478, 479, and then rug pull? We don't know. The point earlier was that 500, 500, 500, and this comes the fourth attempt, okay, that these calls, that option, are getting toast over and over again. This is what I was trying to point the thing out. So do not chase those even numbers and buy something on a high volatile stock that has a very high chance of not getting there. You have to, this is why you have to study this, because it's not like NVIDIA has a very same way of doing pricing now. Like them watching is like 180, 185, like into a 5-point moves that defines their ATR anyways. Because the ATR NVIDIA right now is 6.79. So give or take like 6 or 7 points. But if it does hit the ATR, it will settle into that 5-point window. Okay, so NVIDIA is in that 5-point move. Keep up and down. Some days it goes by like in a point or 2-point move. So yeah, I gotta watch this. So the thing is this now. I want to make a bet for a 500. Should I make a bet of 500 or what? So what should I do? 475, 500 call spread? That's one option. Okay. Should I do 470, 480, or 485? If I go hit 500, yeah, I'm gonna be in great shape. What if this thing goes up to a 500 and once it gets there, it settles at 500? You can max out the spread, right? So we don't know that. Yeah, it does, of course. You gotta flip it. Yeah, you want to downside this. There you go. So downside swing. But you need to know where your high is. Okay. Well, I can show all these examples you wanted to see. I mean, you gotta show a different. Let's say you taken this. Oops. Not this swing, this. See, right there. You just take them, gives you the measurements. Pretty uh, great targets. Can do. I'm doing top to bottom twos. Okay, from this, that's your target right there. Well, how much the swing extend? Well, nobody knows that. But when you're trying to position something between this swing high and this swing low to take out this low high, the 355, that's your target. See, it hits them right there on the penny. I mean, I have my fibs though, not. This is just a little highlighted zone. You can do it on any chart. You can do it, let's see, the video. So we don't have the you see the swing is still down because it took out this low. See, it has a red line. So if you just wanna, okay, you take this high to this low, that's your high right there, right there. So you're projecting the upside, your targets, but there's no swing yet. You're just doing 2-day session in between. You have to do for the full measured move. Running to the upside or to the downside. I have fibs. You can use a fib extension tool. It does the same thing. I mean, not same. I mean, it's calculated a little differently. This is more like a fib ratios. Everything is here. You need one chart to trade, not rocket science. Okay, where we go and what my target is all here in one chart. That's all you need. You need a buy, a sell, 10 bar pivot low, and 10 bar pivot high, which is right there. I plot them right there. Don't use them anyways. I have that thing that doesn't do much. What are my upside targets? 187, 190, 202, 211. That's it. That's all you need to study. That's all you need to look at them. you know, all the other stuff that I am doing, that's all different. It's one screen, simple it can get. Okay, everything is runs behind the screen. You need to worry about anything else. As the entry, define this is the risk, that's the upside. Every single chart is the same thing. There's nothing's here. Apple price was right here. First target, second target. This was third, fourth, fifth. Extensions are going to the upside. How far the price will stretch, nobody knows. Can we at least get to the pink line? That's always the, you know, green to a pink. That's always the first zone that always trying to target. Blue will be next, then yellow, and then red. That red is extreme. This just they're all these charts are the same. One single chart will tell you everything. If okay, well, this is the sell signal right now on this stock. Okay, what will be the minimum downside first move a stock can make? 224, the yellow line right there. So what comes below that? 200 moving average. You see, you have your stacks right there. What comes after that? There's a red line, 215. What comes after that? 211. What comes after that? 203. So all one by one, you have your downside levels. And you have the same thing to the upside as well if you're going to start going up. So what else do you want to you want to see in a chart? There's nothing else that you have to worry about. Just follow the screen. It will guide you, it will tell you when to enter, it will tell you get out. And when you're going to be wrong, it will tell you as well. You know, all these charts are just the same thing. They're triggers here, first target this, second target this, third target this. So now we're gonna pause. So I mean, I made everything. I've had a bunch of stuff. I just hide them in the I don't they call a show plot, that how much stuff you want to show. You know, it's a simple chart. You have nothing to what is this, what is that, what is this. You don't have just follow the screen. Here's your 50 moving average. Here's your 200 moving average. It does everything for you. When to enter. Well, no, the best part about this that you will this system will never let you buy anything at the top. The only way you're gonna buy something at the top at your own fault with your own FOMO trading. System will never ever let you buy something at the top and then you hoping that there's going to be more upside to come. You're buying low, you're not buying high. You're selling high. It's like this when then the price flips. It's just a back and forth. All these stocks, the Qualcomm right there. See, for first target, second target, third target, fourth target. Well, when I'm in a trade, well, I don't know how far we're gonna go. I'm like, okay, I want to set up a reasonable target as this. Then we'll see if we can get here. But then it all depends on the volume. It depends on how the price is moving, you know, accelerating this and that. We don't know how far how fast we're gonna get there. But these are the upside target. Can we trim something off? Keep going back to the Amazon. I don't know why. Are we gonna keep like here's Meta. First target, second target, and now we know the 50-200 sitting over here. That's the pink target right there. So you have a one chart that tells you what are your upside target, what is your downside support on a sell signal. I mean, there's nothing difficult to follow. This stuff right there is just gonna go over your head, to be honest. You know, what I do here is just, I mean, these are all the, like this impulsive barriers, this HT, oh, I already got this one. The HTMA, high. This is all, it's a totally different stuff. It's just, I got some cycles and stuff, the time cycle, got some time projection, the time cycle right there, how long the stock will stay down before it goes up. So I've had all this. It doesn't mean that this time right there, these are not buy or sell signals. They're just calculating time. They're totally different stuff. Hertz, when the stock bottoms, tells you exactly projection on a time wise. Yeah, stock bottom here on this day. Look at the upside so far on NVDA. It's a phasing. These are, I mean, great way to time the trade. I mean, it plays out over time. I mean, it's just, again, this is totally different stuff. Okay, I mean, I don't want to be rude or whatever, but you guys not there yet for me to sit down and explain things and this and that. Just you'll get there slowly, but I don't have to go through. I do a very advanced technical. You just have to understand. You have to look at me that you guys are trading for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. I've been trading for 18 years. You have to see the difference. Where I'm at, where you are. I mean, you'll get there one day as well, but I'm just, I do totally different stuff. A lot of phasing stuff. Like I had laid out a time. I'm willing to take a small hedge to kind of see. This is a weekly S&P chart. Okay. Um, this is a time cycle. We're right on a path. Um, so right now the projection is to the December 12th until the 19th. Again, we have a little bit of a dip coming. Then from the December 19th, we have an uptrend until February 20th. Goes up, setback. So these are all upside is keep forming every week. So just watching this along with the swings and the price to see how everything plays out. So we'll see. There's upside in the market. We're not even close to the top yet. This band right there is the envelope. Okay, top, mid, and bottom. So it's all different. See Netflix right there. So I built this something new. It's called a golden signal. The golden one color right there is actually marks the time when the cycle will end it here. Ended on the weekly this week and the daily. That doesn't mean that this is the low, but that tells you that this is the time to start buying. This is your time, not a buy signal, time signals. When you can buy a certain stock, that golden signal will give you that day and a time. But you're buying something on a downswing anyways. So can it come down another few more points or so? Of course it can. But that's not the point. And the point is that when is the cycle time ends, because the new time is going to start. That's the defined end of that cycle. Okay. So same thing here in Uber. Big flush, golden signal fired. Next day, poke another 2 points. What? 1 point. 13.8% upside. These golden signals are your timing signals, not the buy signal. Buy signal is right here. It came the next day, the green one. So That's how it lines up, time and price. You guys don't know what I do all day, okay? So just trade this one. That's what what you see. It's just some of these. The reason I opened the where's that trade on? Spotify right there. So I got it. This is a time signal, the golden signal right there. The cycle ends here. Okay. What kind of, I don't know, a few bucks, whatever. So it should start moving in next couple days or so. So we got plenty of time. We'll see what happens. Okay, so our time moving average sitting at 606. The phasing was ended here. The 66 ended. So we're right there. So it's gonna curve his bottom. So yeah, these are totally different. This is a Kagi chart, like a Japanese sushi deluxe. These are it's that these are very different, but one of the best charts that I always keep an eye on. Um, they don't they don't work like a normal candle, you know. Um, they're excellent way to define trends in the market. Um, it filters the noise. It sparks great reversals. It gives you the exact supply and demand level. You know, they talk about those supply demand. They have those, you can draw them on a chart. You know exactly where the supply is. You know exactly where the demand is. That's what the Kagi chart gives you that, you know, and it confirms the major swing high and low as well. You know which way it's gonna, you know, where the Kagi chart is gonna turn red, where it's gonna turn green, you know. So you just people it's very um tells you like because once the buyer comes in, that the line gets more thicker. You know, right now it's kind of a little skinny, so it gets like little. So this it's a little different chart. Just it's not as work as you see. Like this low is 550.12, right? The low is 557.17. See, it doesn't capture those wicks, you know. So it's uh it's a price only chart that ignores time, only moves when the price actually change enough, right? So for this Kagi line to flip back to the upside is this higher swing, which is 647, way up there. So let's see, 550, oops, 555. Then on the weekly, I got this band at 596. So it should hit that 590 kind of mark in a couple of days. So we try to time the trade for 2 days and see how it goes. Then the other one is the doggy. This one has a golden signal here as well. This one is in a 1-2 swing to the upside as well. So we should expect some action from this trade. So golden signal top forms here. Golden signal bottom forms here. So it gives you the top as well, and it gives you the bottom as well. Keep in mind, it's a time signal, not a buy signal. Don't ever get yourself confused. That's why I want to keep them with a different color, so I don't get confused either. I want to keep them at a golden color. Same thing here in the weekly. This weekly's time ended here. Poked the next week a little bit, and then there you go. I'm coming down. That's the time right there, sitting right at 151, the moving average that we're talking about. So this 150 area is a pretty, it's going to be a sticky level for this thing to, if we can try to get a move back up toward this 158, because we're kind of out of the band now. See our blue band and this mid and this, we're out of it. We need to get back inside the band. Should be okay. Now let's swing it down, so we'll see. Okay, but you open up a trade based on a time signal, buy yourself a 2 months worth of a time, you think the trade is not gonna work? It's gonna give a bounce somewhere. We think this trade is gonna be down for another 2 more months. Well, let this thing work. We'll find out in the next couple days. Tesla doesn't have Tesla has this structural thing going. Look at the Hurst, the phasing ended right there. One more down, up. It's a lot of charts there into the phasing mode right there. This is another structural move happening on ServiceNow as well. Microsoft doesn't hit the time signal yet. See, one band to another. I'm trying to just establish making trades between one lower band to a mid band. That's the move. Eli Lilly right there, see? 9 cycle ended here with the golden one and managed to rally 3, 4, 5 more days. Boom. Now rolling over. Right there to this peak. 1013 is a time moving average. This should move, or should get a pop. It's down for 7 days. I think Monday we can try to scalp something. If it's gonna open flat, I think I'm gonna scalp 1000, like what is that, 110, 120 call spread quick right at the open. It's gotta go at least 10, 15 points to the pop to the upside. It's down for 7 days. What are you gonna go down 8? A 10, 15 point spread right at the open. Quick, like a quick scalp. Major do for not just different times and stuff. I can run instead of looking at all that, I just use those. It gives you the top and a bottom. Not every stock hits it, but so got hit with a sell signal right there, boy. I don't think anything hit yet. Netflix did, that's why it's true. Right there. I didn't open any trade on Netflix yet. So trigger this one, nothing on the tech side. This one here, and Netflix as well. Yeah, only one got Netflix. It is basically telling you that doesn't mean that it's a buy signal because the other buy signal still has to come and do the work. This is just the time is kind of gives you a pretty good based on the cycle that you're tracking. When is the upper time is up, when to basically exit the position, and when did you actually start buying the dip based on the time. So, and then we have the structure based on, if we don't have a buy signal yet, okay, well, then it will come. It will come pretty soon then. But the stock will be due for some sort of a bounce or something. So let's say if I pick 2025 shares just based on that cycle, right? So you have a cycle entry of a 2025 shares. Fine, you don't have a confirmed buy yet, right? So stock moves up, okay, fine, you start making money, right? And then it comes right back down eventually. Okay, well, you give everything back, but you just started a position. So what is the worst thing that can happen on those shares? What thing is going to come down another 100 points? No, right? So it can come down another 5, 6 points. Okay, give or take. So you have shares, okay, but sooner or later, the price is going to crawl right back inside the band. What you're looking at, this blue, this yellow, green, and this upper band. Price is going to stay in this band regardless. It's going to come out, it's going to come right back in. Any chart you want to see, here, came out, time signal hit on Palantir, went right back inside. It's not going to stay out for too long. That's what my point is. There's a great entry trades. There's MSTR. Look at that. Time signal, buy signal. Gotta move here. So the upside pocket is, it has to, the cycle starts now. The new one starts here. The time cycle. My buy cycle signal right here as well. So when it triggers, I only show you the other screen that has this green on it. I don't want to go through, so you're not gonna understand anything. I'm in the middle of a session and I'm not sitting here explaining things, I want to focus and try to find something. So the upside at 198, the mid is 191. So this is a very sticky zone, okay, for this. Swing is up, which is a good sign. So time did the work, buy signal did the work, okay. Now it's just a matter of this swing to hold. What will be upside? Okay, we'll do the same thing. Take this to this low right there. You see, came right at that 200 mark. So everybody's loaded on those 200 now. As always, we're talking about Tesla. Came up to 191, backed off. So we'll see if it makes the move back here. So this is going to be the upside zone for now, that 200 kind of bracket. If it breaks, upside is 243 to the upper band. But the point is that the price, if it comes out of the band, is going to go right back inside in a day or two. It's not going to stay out for too long. Look at that. This sucker ended here yesterday. MCHP. I gotta cool off a little bit now. See? Lower band entry, first target, second target. Well, once you're in a trade, of course, nobody can tell you where the price is gonna go and how far it's gonna go. But the trade is 47 to 54. That's the spread I'm willing to make. Let's say 50, 55 spread right away. A trade like this. It's a 5-point wide spread on the stock. That work. The band is going to do all the work. I mean, these are very high probability trades that calculates your price with the time and the cycle. It's just not some the planet stuff. I don't need that. It's just you're just trading inside the band. That's exactly what you're doing. See, price came out that day, which was November 7th, which was Friday. Time signal hit. Next day, next day, boom, right back inside. Over time, day after day after day after a couple of weeks, boom, there you go. Price just if you look at them, let me just show you the any chart, just click anywhere. There's Qualcomm. So time cycle ended here on this massive pop right there. Price went all the way back inside the band. You got an overshoot here to the downside, got the same overshoot here to the upside. But that happens a lot. But then, just look at them as an example. Time started here, work his way up toward this midline, work his way back up, had the sell signal, came back, put a new low and a big, huge flush. Here comes a time signal along with the go signal. Price went all the way back up. Rejected again from the time signal. Start coming back down. Here comes a buy signal, not a time signal on the bottom yet. It has to cross 66. So then from here, it's right back. So the price is sooner or later, if it comes out of the band, it goes right back inside after day or two. So you have 60 days on a trade. You think you cannot wait 2-3 days? The price is gonna go right back inside the band. It will. It's not gonna stay out for too long. I can show you any chart. Okay, this is KLA. Ended here, started here, up, down. You see, the price just stays in. This is not the Bollinger Band or whatever. If you have that thing circling in your head, this is not even something close to it. Those are volatility bands. Those Bollinger Bands. It looks like one, right? It's the way the look of this band, but this is a totally different animal. This is calculating time for you, telling you an expected move. There's a magenta line right there. So it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about trading. If you lost here or there, it's part of the game. You're gonna win most of them anyway. So it's T-Mobile. Came back down, hit the lower band. This, so you just, what I'm trying to do is I'm just only structured a trade from here to here. I don't want this. If I get there, fine. But the trade from here to here, from lower band to the mid band. Because at that time, that's where you have your time moving average sitting anyway. It's gonna pause the move that's coming up anyway. So just close and we'll run. There's a very low probability for this thing to rip all the way back to the upper band. Some did, if earnings is one thing and that kind of, but most of the trades are just here's PayPal, November 19th, second day, they made a new low. See, try pushing right back inside the band, close right inside, finally work his way, boom, hit 62.90. So it's like a 2-point move. It doesn't move that much anyways, but just not the point. I'm just showing you that how the trade actually works. Time, price. When to time the trade. When to enter the market. If the price is down, which day you have to act. That's what it is. But that doesn't define the exact low for you. You might take another down low, but it's okay. Well, you're already buying 26% drawdown. If you're gonna go down another 1.23 points, what, you're gonna get a panic attack or what? You just wait. Wait for the price to come right back inside. It will. It's not gonna stay out for too long. Because this thing is all being calculated. It's all math right there. Some serious math. Not just math. It just comes in, pokes it, goes right back in after a couple. These are daily bars, so it takes, that's 3, 4, 5. You can calculate like a week and a half kind of move. He's trying to hit the upper band. It's gonna back off because it hit a time cycle here, the golden one, and then working his way up. The most important thing you have to see that which way the band is have their shape. Okay? If it's a rising band, it's a different look versus you have something bending down. That's you have to be very careful to how to read that. It's either a sideway, you're only looking at a counter trend trade. If it's a rising band, it means it's gonna extend a lot more on a time and price. If the band's trying to tilt to the downside, which I will show you here, like MSTR, like these are broken stocks, to be honest, I'm not gonna lie. See how the band is tilting down? Let me show you a different way. It's going to take a long time. That's how stock loses its momentum right there. You see? Rising band, tilt down, rise up. Look how much it bended. You see how the band is coming down? The stock has lost a lot of price, and it's reflecting that time that's going to reflect that. At the same time, it's going to take a very long time for this thing to recover. Keep that thing in mind. Don't get too excited. That thing is going to rip all the way back up. Absolutely. There's no time suggests that. No cycle suggests that that thing is going to be like this. This has to curve. That will take several weeks. And then you're going to start seeing those upper, the band starting to shift. The magenta line isn't even shifted yet either. This has to start going up first. This pink line. See, so a clear downtrend. This is the most important line. Magenta line tells you the direction where the stock will stay. I mean, it's not guaranteed, but based on the time. And once this magenta line starting to rise back up, that's when the band will start to shift back up. So that's what you have to watch. It's a very technical chart that you're looking at. That's some crazy information on one thing at the extreme top level. Technicals you can do. Signals when the swing turns, must turn when the time hits, when the band do the work with the timing, where the future projections are. You know, it's all on one screen right there. Daily and a weekly. I do watch weekly, but most of the trading is based on this anyway. So where the swing high is, where the swing low is it's okay. I can, if you would have asked me, so I mean, look, I've done this for a couple of years, right? It's great. You guys are using them. We're taking take a lot of trades from there. This stuff right there that I do is just a totally different class. You cannot compare those, the Honda Civic with Formula One. This is Formula One right there, you know? So just keep in mind, it's a lot of work, but that keeps me busy. Doesn't mean that, I like to explore, learn new things, and I don't have to do anything here. I mean, nothing. This is done. There's nothing that I wanted to add, no, it's one simple chart. Where to buy, where to sell, what are my targets is all here. I don't have to change anything. The other stuff there is more high-end technical stuff, So that's just a whole different level. I was not really into those time cycles. As you know, I was always been a very either an Elliott Wave guy or a pure, just a swing. Fibs are just, it's the one that I learned, things that I learned the over time. And um, hang on. So then, yeah, this is just a simple, there's no such a thing like the time cycles and stuff running here on this side. You cannot do it either. It's just the Thinkorswim is not gonna. They don't have that. That builds what the other screen has. So it's just simple. This is good. You know, keep it simple. You know, don't make things too complicated. I know some guys wants to, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do just one screen. Tells you the year-to-date performance, tells you how the quarter is going, tells you how the month is going, tells you how the week is going, tells you how the year is up or not, how the current month is going, current week is up or days up, implied volatility. APTR tells you exactly the volatility expanding or contracting. 5 EMA, 50, 200, DTR, daily true range, ATR, average true range, tells you the expected how much a price moves per week. 10.45 on this. I only happened to move 5.88, which is 56%. RSI 5, which is 71. Then I got this metric signal that tells you exactly what level has to hit for the trend to shape up, meaning the trend confirmation, not the signal. Signal is always going to come first. So got the pink and the blue dots. There's a pink dot right there, right there. So which is that 230. So the price needs to come back to 230. Once it breaks that right here, a little low, whatever, I can stop the line. Right there, 230 is where the trend will resume back up. That's the trend confirmation number right there, 230. So it's still pink. Then we're gonna pop a blue dot. So let's say it's been up for 4 days. I mean, that's just that regular data. Buy here, stop here, targets here, this moving average, this moving average, this. These are all your targets. Coming back down, this, all your support. How long, how big the stock is going to take a hit? Well, we don't know that. I don't know. I like this. It's very simple. I go just click on one by one on and keep looking and see where I can find a new buy signal, and then open the trade. Now, once you're gonna get yourself more into a relative rotation graphs, and that's more high-end stuff, man. It's just not you're not just sitting and watching those beautiful hooks. Oh yeah, the hook is up. No, you can have a hook up with a sell signal on it. So what's the point? Just you cannot just do that. There's a momentum reading there. There's a ratio reading there. You need to watch that one of the X and Y, on the scale to see. It's a whole different game. HD is, oh boy, that's gonna be a tight one on Monday. Look at that one. 3 bar up, 1, 2, 3. Took a dip on Friday, pretty sharp one. Hasn't really closed. This one might pop on Monday. 333. So here's your tight risk play. So this signal must stay above 333.53. It can poke with a wick, right? So, but this price action here gets a little tricky, but when I do the JD, I'm gonna come here, my Japanese called sushi chart. Is 333 low here, 352, 340. This is what I can see where the supply and demand is. Okay, it's going to be different highs and lows anyways. Yeah, these Japanese charts are really good. They don't give you these like those wicks read, like strategy right there has a low of 155.61. See, the low is 170. They didn't even record that. The rest of the 80 downside. Time cycles are good, huh? Golden signals, I call them. You want to see? I don't think there is anyone ran. I could run a scan on them. Oh, okay, I'm working on this one. Leave it open. Where is my here? Oh, there's few names. So these are all these stocks um, got a golden signal. So, okay, everybody wants some new toys. You know, it's always like this with trading. You know, I never watched anyone grow and like learning. Just sit and explore and figure out on my own. Got a band here. And then where is my, did I save this thing here or no? Should have saved those folders. You got a projection here to the upside. Sure. I thought I saved them. Color was that? This. Put it low. Script this thing. Oh God, there's so many. So now I don't know how to find them. It doesn't show. It doesn't pop. This one right there. EVIG. So we're gonna do phasing. Phasing was back here. That's beautiful. So this one that's not showing yet. It's a new scan. See the band? Price gonna stay inside the band. It's gonna come out. It's gonna go right back up, or it's gonna go right back up. I tell you that. See, price is gonna stay up, down. You know, upper band, lower band is just. See, it gets a throw over, goes right back in after a couple of days. You got a little bit of a throw over, it's gonna go right back in. You just stays in. You trade inside the band. Look at that. It's not wild. This is you just this one right there. You just there you go. See my buy signal triggered here as well. That's your time signal. That's your buy signal. Expensive stock. Target is this mid from here to here. That's the whole trade. See the band, some of them they get narrow, you see? How it's shifting down. You gotta pay attention to this. I always gotta blow the chart up because I cannot see in a smaller screen, you see? Well, no, that kind of trade you wanna take? Look how this thing trades. The point is, any chart you're gonna look, the price is gonna stay inside the rest of 1 month. How much the price moves? It will move. It's gonna stay inside the band. I can tell you that. It's not gonna get. It's gonna if it's gonna come out. Look at that, wick. There is no such thing is gonna give you which day the stock is gonna bottom. Think about it for a second. And tops. These are great high probability trade. You see, like a little bit, but it's okay. It's still good. It's not. This one is not scanning right. I have to change it. Scanner is gonna probably put like. See. Look how long the throw, like one, so this one triggered here. So 1, 2, went right back in straight, try to back right back inside, then got backed off. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 days. And went right back inside. So the point is like you buy here, 60-day spread, you think it's not gonna pay? I mean, even the fact you're taking some sort of a choppy price, but you're looking for price to get right back inside. You know, the price is gonna stay inside the band. Tesla is almost peak unless it's gonna stretch. Look at that. It's capped at 462. Keep that thing in mind. For the 500 that you're looking for, you need a massive overthrow. I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't want to sound like, that I'm bearish and I have a put position on or something. I see what I see. Okay, I read the chart. The band is not stretched to 500 to make the case. There's a very high chance those 500 calls, they're going to get toasted again the fourth time in a row. The band high is 462. Keep that thing in mind. Mid is 423. Low is 384. That's what the stock is going to trade. One band to another. Up to this. Any downside from this upper band to the mid is your downside bearish bet. I don't have, this one is going to be more detailed here. Here. Kagi is up. Confirm the 445 breakout, which is good. Kagi high is 455. This high is 458. Upside of 462. We need to break 474. Okay, so your upside is right here. That's the upside zone. That needs to clear to make the case for that 500. But this time cycle is not showing. It's capped at 462 for now. It can definitely make a room up, but we'll see. I know exactly when the thing will stop. You see these pink arrows here each day? Whatever this pink arrow is gonna stop that day, that's gonna done running. The Apple, the weekly. Whatever this week, this pink arrow will stop. It's not gonna come. That stock is done on the upside. Apple is, you see, trying to get to the upside, coming right back to the band, 277. The weekly band right there is capped at 277 for now. Is rising. See, trying to push right there. See, price coming right back up, right back down. This one is 485. Here comes a time signal on Apple, down for 2 days. You want to time the trade? You're going to tell me which stock you're looking at. I will tell you which day you can start opening a position on it. Until then, sit on your hand and wait. I want to buy this. Okay, fine, you can buy this. How to time the trade? That's the most difficult part, right? In trading. Did I enter the price at the right time? Well, we don't know that. Nobody does. But when we enter a trade, you always have to be confident and have a good feeling about it. Like, you know what? I'm going to be fine. I trust my decision. It's not about like, oh, should I do that again? We should have, I know the price is coming down. Should I waited a little bit more? I mean, you don't know that. You just those second thoughts that triggers in everybody's head all the time. Like, is it a great entry? There's never going to be a great entry. There's never going to be a great exit for anyone. The point is that there's an envelope. The price is wrapped around it. If it does come out, this thing for a fact that the price is going to go right back inside. It's a matter of a day or 2, 3. Fine, we can live with that. But as soon as that time, that golden signal hits, okay, the clock starts. The clock will start from the top. The next one will be on the bottom up, right? So we're focused on the daily time frame is to see like, okay, when is the top golden signal hits and when the bottom golden signal hits. That's your time window, not a sell signal. We don't have like Apple, right? Apple hit it here on December 3rd, which was Wednesday. Time signal. That doesn't mean it's a sell signal. Yes, well, it's pushing down. So what is the downside move? 474. Where is the time moving average? 470, 274. You see? That's the mid. The top is 284. Bottom is 274. What is a 9-point range from here to here? So what is the point now is the price will stay inside the band. Swing is up. It's not down yet. Once the swing flips down, we're going to see 273 pretty quick. The direction turns down. Swing is everything in that. It's not just a little moving band. Direction of the swing matters more than anything else. Timing the trade is different. I was gonna put I was thinking about Astro and all that, put a lot of this, like, I don't know if I want to do that, kind of study a little bit. No, it was just not those planet, no. I mean, I can do it. It's not a rocket science, to be honest. It can be anything. I can do it, but it's I just didn't build a lot of interest in me for me to like, oh yeah, like you have to be super excited what you do, If you don't, just your own time. Meta time starts on November 18th. Next day, bottom in. Oh. So some of you are just those looking for trades all the time and stuff. And I'm gonna adjust this scan. It's not because I have this thing set here on this thing. Just I think I gotta probably use a different. I got a little cute above the band, boom, right back inside. Everything it works much better from the bottom. It's very hard to pick tops. Okay, it's just very hard to pick tops. It's just not gonna work. Bottom is everything. Oh my God, it's a disaster. Eli Lilly already look down. ISRG getting it choppy. Nothing in between. No trade in between. We're gonna buy something here, down here, lower band. So every that time signal here, October 1st, golden signal, price came all the way back down. Lower band, buy signal triggered here, all the way back to the upper band. Now back to the mid band again. So you just, the point is that the price will stay inside the time envelope. It's not gonna come out. If it does come out for a day or two, it's gonna come right back down. It's gonna come right back inside. So these are your perfect top, bottom, mid entries for your trade. How to make a spread? You just simply take the low and the mid price of the band. That's your trade going up. And you just wait. I hit few trades. I mean, they were pretty damn good, to be honest, not gonna lie. Wait a couple more days and let the thing work. So take a few trades, so it worked. Here NVIDIA, the one we're in. Time, right? Lower band is at 173. Mid is at 184, which is exactly lined up with that time moving average. Top is at 198. Okay? The swing is down. When the swing is down, it's very hard for price to break trail because the direction of the swing is down. So what's the plan? The plan is that the trade that I placed, if we get the breakout, which most likely we will, we have the vertical spread. If we don't, and we sit around here, the butterfly is going to do all the work for us. Okay. So the butterfly that we have right there, 160, 175, 180, 190. So I got this pig fully wrapped up from 160 all the way to 200. 60. Yeah. So I got this entire thing here from 160 all the way to 200. I got two separate butterflies. 160 to a 40-point range. That's just me way down the band anyways, which is at 173, kind of tilting it down, never know. Can come back down here, then make a reversal. Who knows how the price is gonna go. But the magic of the butterfly that we have is captured. Downside is at 160, upside at 200. The down wing and the upper wing. So as long as the price can stay in this zone until expiration, oops, December 25, I'm gonna cash out the butterfly. You know, so that's why I did this. So that we keep the and we have long vertical that we can leave it. We have plenty of time on that. We already made it there. On worst case, I can just close it, cash it out. It's not like it's losing money. Of course, we're up on the spread. I just leave the butterfly open. Let that keep just collect theta. So there's two ways to do it. I like to keep the ups. It's a strong stock. I know it's just this is not good right there. But have finger crossed on a thinkorswim has the buy signal right there that if we could clear this this line right there next week, yeah, the butterfly is going to be fine, and we can cash out more on the vertical spread. So either way, I mean, we go sideways, butterfly will be fine. If we get the upside, well, we have the upside as well. So we have neutral to a bullish bet on NVIDIA. I mean, NVIDIA is going to be start coming down to 150. Well, then it's going to be bad. I don't think so. Price is going to stay inside the band anyway. So CRM 256. I got him at 248. The Lotto got another pump yesterday. Yeah, it came right there. Didn't hit a time window to the bottom. Yeah, it's gonna come back. It's gonna back off again. It's not going too far. I can tell you that. See, golden signal here. On that day when that fires, you start the position to this. That's your trade. If you get to here, well, then you're the lucky man. But the trade setup is from here to here, to this green mid, and the yellow line. We're gonna do a lot of trade. Don't worry about it. Just stay patient. I'm watching. I am watching. Dude, you do not worry about trades. I'm gonna look at that. It's not gonna go much. It's gonna start backing off. Dude, what the heck happened here? Capital One? Holy shoot. Damn. Look at this move. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Jeez, 11 days, not a single lower bar. Wow. Got a mean reversion signal. Baby, we need Netflix. I mean, I didn't notice the thing yesterday. I'm gonna buy some shares of Netflix on Monday. Where is lower upside? See, lower band is at 102. Mid is at 108. Yellow line is at 107. See, so you have a 7-8 point chop to the upside. See, it's the band is shrinking. You see, it's not as it's because the stock split. So don't expect wild moves on Netflix. Okay, yeah, those ATRs are gone. Yeah, people were getting like those 40, 50, 60 point moves. Yeah, well, those get some when the stock is 70, 100 points. Yeah, not one is going to be $100 stock that doesn't move like, it's like 4 or 5 point moves. That's it. So you're upside the 102 and 108, mid 107. That's it. Nobody about 115 is the upside. So that will take a while because the swing is down in a weekly and monthly. So Netflix, something that you wanted to start buying on Monday, that's the one. You can easily start a position. Can hit we can open a trade on Monday. Do 100, 100, yeah, 100. Geez, can I even speak? 100 and 105, 108, 107. Yeah, so 108, 108. The sushi is 109. Okay. So that's the target 107, 108, 109, 35 to flip this one. So we would do I haven't looked at the option chain to see how the option is pricing. It's 100, 106, 105, 100, and 105 call debit spread is going to be okay. Look at the option chain. Good stuff, huh? Fancy. it's gonna come back. Yeah, you're not going that far. There. Golden signal, start the position. Don't even think twice. Visa. People think they see Thinkorswim, they got the most advanced charts. You haven't seen nothing, buddy. Yeah, Union Pacific, this is done. It gives you a top the timing signals as well. So not just the bottom. Bottoms are much better. Top are just all because stock is on an uptrend, and yeah, this one taking a beating right there. Yeah. What? What did I click? Okay, I gotta go. It's too late. Tired. Good fancy stuff.